goes to work. First pitch a slider, and it's ball 1 to Soriano. Soriano with 14 homers presents an immediate threat to score as he leads off this game, and he now has the National League record for leadoff homers in a career. Fastball inside on him, fouled away, and it's 1-1 to Soriano, who starts the day at 237. 14 homers, and he's driven in 27.
Now Russ Ortiz getting his first start in more than a month. He's been working out of the pen, so he works out of the stretch. That's interesting. Well, been rolling along lately, so probably figures game broke. Why fix it?
Strike makes it 1-2 as he gets in front of Soriano. He's 3-2 with a 3.96 ERA.
And just about as many walks as strikeouts, but just 2 home runs allowed, a 270 batting average against. And Russ, even in his best years, walked a lot of hitters, so he's always shown the ability to pitch around some freebies.
Roll to third base. Jeff Blum goes across to Lance Berkman. In today's game, we are participating in the Home Run Challenge. Today, every home run in this game raises $10,000 for prostate cancer research. You can make a pledge by calling 800-798-2873.
All the more reason for the Big Puma to hit number 300 here this afternoon.
Now Ryan Theriot. Theriot goes for the first pitch, a fastball, fouling it away, strike 1. 288 for Theriot, 6 homers, 23 runs batted in for Ryan. The Astros snapped his 4-game hitting streak Tuesday night. Chicago won the game though, 7-1. Theriot had 2 hits in last night's game. The Cubs are 13th in runs scored, a far cry from last year's team when they led the league in runs. Ortiz hits a corner. That makes it 0-2 with Fukudome on deck. Ortiz back in the rotation for start number 5 of the season. And he's made 10 relief appearances this year. Currently working on a 12 1/3 inning scoreless streak in relief.
And a couple extended outings too, and I think it's the performance. Well, last time out against the Pirates, he went 4 1/3 of scoreless baseball, and a couple weeks ago in that series with the Rangers, he went 4 innings of scoreless baseball in a game there. So I think those 2 performances probably why he's been the guy to get this start with Paulino on the shelf.
Fastball's fouled away. How long he will stay in the game will be interesting to discuss as we go through, because he's working on 3 days rest after that 4 1/3 inning stint. Long relief stint on Sunday. And he threw 52 pitches in that game.
Yeah, I would think he would be capable of giving you 75, 80 pitches if he doesn't labor too much.
Oh, that pitch looked really good, and it was for strike 3. And Rapuano's the home plate umpire.
Russ features fastball, slider, curveball, and a changeup, and Theriot there looking obviously for something other than that fastball right over the heart of the plate, knee high.
Now it's Kosuke Fukudome. Fukudome has been a very sturdy performer this year. 294 hitter, 5 homers, 22 runs batted in. He's 8th in the league in walks. Has a 425 on base average. Has not done a whole lot on this current road trip for the Cubs, hitting 208. Bounces one up the middle. Tejada to his left. Throwing to Berkman for a 1-2-3 first for Ortiz. Ryan Dempster heads for the hill in just a moment. Cooper. It's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. It begins with center fielder Michael Bourne. He's followed by Miguel Tejada, who continues to pace National League hitters at .355. He's at shortstop. Hunter Pence is the right fielder. Carlos Lee, the cleanup man, plays left field, with Lance Berkman at first base with 4 career long balls off Dempster. Jeff Blum at third. Ivan Pudge Rodriguez at catcher. Jeff Keppinger at second. Russ Ortiz the pitcher.
Ryan Dempster coming off an outstanding season last year. He was a 17-game winner. In his career against the Astros, 4-10 with a 4.43 ERA, 42 games. He did a lot of work out of the bullpen. Now back as a starting pitcher. And the Rally Hawk on display here. A red Rally Hawk.
Well done. Strike to Michael Bourne. The youngster got in the spirit of things along with Hunter Pence. Bourne shoots one foul, and it's no balls, 2 strikes to Michael. .293 for Michael, 1 homer, 13 runs batted in. Michael had a hit and a walk in last night's game. Dempster throws a ball upstairs. Dempster with a 4.12 ERA, making his 13th start of the season. Has had some issues with control. Fly ball near the left field line. Soriano over. That's in for a hit. It kicks over to the corner. Michael Bourne has a leadoff double. That's his 13th. Takes a big turn, but will hold there as the throw comes into third base.
Well, Russ Ortiz posts the 3 up, 3 down, and 0 in the top half of the inning. Now the Astros with an opportunity to draw first blood as Bourne shoots that double into the left field corner using that solid outfield approach. Man, that's a good swing. Looks like a split finger pitch, moving down and away with good action, and Michael able to get a good piece of it. Yeah. That little guy is not saving anything for the later innings.
He brought it strong today. Miguel Tejada has a runner at second base. He's on a 4-game hitting streak. They strike one to Miggy. .355 to lead the National League. 6 homers, 33 runs batted in. He leads the league in hits with 83. He scored the winning run in the 9th inning last night after a single on a hit by Jeff Blum. He came home and the Astros won it 2-1 in the last of the 9th. And tight from Dempster. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Miggy Tejada. Hunter Pence on deck.
Well, Miggy very adept at hitting the ball the other way. And it will serve him well here. Don't give yourself up to try to advance that base runner. Try to drive it in, but if you can, favor the right side.
Up the middle. Diving play by the second sacker, who throws to first, safe at first, Bourne to third. Great effort by Blanco up the middle. And the Astros have runners at first and third with nobody out, but Blanco saved a run.
Boy, indeed he did. And the fact that he got up and even made a throw on that play is pretty startling. And he came up as a shortstop. He's got good range. For all the world like that was going to get through. He wasn't happy with just cutting that run off. He was trying to get Tejada.
It was a spectacular play by Blanco, but first and third now. That's 1,999 hits for Miggy. So the fans could see a couple of big milestones today. Tejada 1 hit away from 2,000. Berkman 1 homer away from 300. Hunter Pence 337. Hopes to provide them with a lead. There's ball 1. Hunter's hitting .354 against right-handed pitching. That's tops in the National League. .337 overall, the 5th best batting average in the league. Dempster hits the outside corner. That evens the count at 1-1.
He'll throw fastballs and sliders primarily to right-handed hitters. The occasional splitter, and just the opposite with lefties. Will throw a lot of split fingers and the occasional slider.
Pence took that one down and in, and it's 2-1. Dempster in his last start got a no decision at Cincinnati. In 6 innings, he allowed 3 runs, but no earned runs in that game. The start prior to that, he shut out the Dodgers for 7 innings and a 7-0 win. Good play by the catcher, Coy Hill, on a pitch in the dirt.
And that's the one we talked about in the pregame. That Hunter has been able to lay off this pitch a real high percentage of the time this year. Committed a little early. Dempster, one of those guys, when he gets ahead, he likes to work out of the zone. He's going to try to get you to chase his pitch off the plate or try to make the perfect pitcher's pitch on the edge.
Now it's a full count. Dempster 4-10 lifetime against Houston. Larry Rothschild hoping Dempster can come up with a big pitch here. Carlos Lee's on deck. Lou Pinella's club has won 8 of 13. Is 4-3 on this long road trip ending today. Going back home for a 3-team homestand. Cubs will be playing Minnesota next. Dempster's pitched a lot in relief in his career. He has 16 career saves against the Astros. This is his 208th career start. Swing and a miss, and he gets a strikeout.
It's kind of ironic because he's done such a good job recognizing what they're trying to do and being able to lay off. It's just a situation here where he feels like he wants so badly to get that runner in from third base. And he gets out of his game a little bit. Chases that high inside fastball.
Carlos Lee will try to provide a boost with his .318 batting average. 10 homers, 38 runs batted in. .370 on base average for El Caballo. He's a .350 lifetime hitter against Dempster. Looking at ball one. Lance Berkman on deck. Cubs signed Dempster to a 4-year contract last November. He had been their closer from 05 through 07.
A little bit more susceptible to the long ball this year is Dempster. Last year in 206 innings, he only allowed 14 home runs. This year through 74 and a third, he had allowed 9 coming into this ball game.
Now 2-0 to lead. Born at third. Tejada at first and 1 out. 2 balls, 1 strike. You saw that Lee has a good percentage of delivering those runners from third with fewer than 2 outs. He's been excellent throughout his career in doing exactly that. Lance Berkman on deck. This one driven to right field. Bourne is tagging. Michael Hoffpower with a catch. Bourne will waltz home to make it 1-0 Houston on a sac fly by El Caballo, his 39th run batted in.
Now, Phil Garner used to talk about it. A situation like that, when you're trying to get the ball airborne, just look middle away and lay off of anything else. Until you get 2 strikes, then you have to adjust. But look middle away, you're much less likely to roll over and hit the ball on the ground.
10th RBI of the homestand for Carlos Lee. Lance Berkman, 247, 11 homers, 33 runs batted in. Comes up with Tejada at first and 2 down in the inning. Looking at ball one. 250 for Lance's career against this pitcher Dempster with 4 homers, 7 runs batted in. 247 this season, 11 homers. He's driven in 33. Lance had a couple of hits, including a long ball in the opener of this series Tuesday night. 0 for 3 last night, and now this one final game on the homestand to provide the fans with a distinct thrill watching career home run number 300. And if not today, maybe not home, because the Astros will be leaving on a 9-game road trip.
If not today, let's hope not home. Hopefully he's able to continue to swing it well on the road trip, because he really has been swinging it well. 10 out of 29, a .345 average on this homestand. That kind of gets lost in the shuffle because Lance's batting average is slowly climbing. So when you look at the numbers, you go, yeah, still not getting much out of Lance, but really he's been quite good lately.
2-1. 371 for Carlos on this homestand. Lance 345. So the Astros have gotten some hitters hot at the same time. Jeff Blum is on deck. Foul ball. We tried to check, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes on Berkman. Lance has hit .313 against the Cubs this year with 4 long balls against Chicago pitching.
Carlos Zambrano effective last night against Lance, throwing cut fastballs and fastballs in, trying to tie him up and in. Dempster's worked upstairs a couple of times now with that fastball, and see if he tries to go up and in again, or maybe comes back with that split finger pitch. Well, he's staying in there. They feel like that's the place to go to try to beat Lance.
3-2.
And he does cover the outside part of the plate so well, and he has a good stroke to left center. It makes sense, but if he feels like he's getting pounded in there, sooner or later he's going to cheat on one and make it pay.
These fans would love to see that today. Are going, and it's a swing and a miss. Dempster strikes out Berkman. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 left for Houston. 1-0 Astros after 1. Today, needing only 10 pitches to get those first 3 outs. Derek Lee on a 9-game hitting streak leads it off here in the second now. And takes ball 1 upstairs. Lee has had a rough time when facing Ortiz. .269 this season, 6 homers, 24 driven in. Against Ortiz in his career, he's 3 for 32. It back, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Derek Lee, who during his 9-game hitting streak has hit .361.
Well, we were talking about the Cubs trying to tie Lance up inside. Same approach goes for Derek Lee. He's long and strong and covers the outside part of the plate very well. So you got to make sure you do your work inside with him, or you're just setting yourself up for failure.
Two balls and a strike. Ortiz 3-5 lifetime against the Cubs. Taking a breath there. He was talking about the long run in from the bullpen here at Minute Maid Park. He said he had to pace himself Sunday when he came out of that pen early in the game.
Yeah, I'm in favor of bringing back the golf cart.
Yeah.
Remember they used to bring relievers in golf carts?
Mm-hmm.
And just think you could probably make some money with some advertising on the golf cart.
You know you could.
Maybe even a Segway. How about a guy coming out of that pen riding a Segway?
Oh, that would be Really interesting. That's a leadoff walk to lead.
Good looking pitch. Just a skosh low, perhaps. I've got one even better.
Okay.
Because we're in Texas. Come galloping out of the bullpen on a horse.
That's true. There might be a
I don't
few
think you're buying into this, Brownie.
Not with live animals in the ballpark. That gets ugly. Fox Sports Houston has a Twitter page. Greg Lucas is tweeting, so sign on for additional information and insight at twitter.com/FS Houston. He's next to Bart Ennis, who was quite an auctioneer last night. Micah Hoffpower, the right fielder, takes a look at strike one. Hoffpower, 269, 4 homers, 17 runs batted in. Has hit extremely well against the Astros this year. 462, 1 homer, and he's driven in 2.
Speaking of that auction last night, over $44,000 raised last night. So we thank everybody who placed a bid.
Yes, we
participated.
It's a fine evening for charity. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hoffpower from Fort Worth went to Lamar University. He played for Jim Gilligan. Prior to that, Lon Morris College in Jacksonville, Texas, where his father Barry was the coach and coached Chris Sampson at Lon Morris. With Sampson a big part of last night's victory, he got the win to go 3-0 with 2 shutout innings of relief. Wandy Rodriguez really dazzled for 7.
Well, we've talked about this a lot this year with the injuries to Valverde and Brocale, other relief pitchers, and Geary, other guys have had to step up, and when you get people back healthy, you're going to be that much better because of it. And I would imagine the confidence factor now in Chris Sampson, both by Chris Sampson and from his manager and pitching coach, are sky high because he's really been dealing.
20 straight games. Derek Lee has been on base. He runs pretty well. Foul back, still 1-2. So Sampson is one of the hot hands, but Jeff Fulcino, who talked on the Astros Live pregame show with Greg Lucas, has stepped up and done a nice job since coming from the minor leagues. Alberto Arias. So just reading the quotes from Ed Wade in the Houston Chronicle today about that situation in the bullpen. The Astros felt that Arias deserved to stay on the team, and Fulcino did too, and that's why they made the move with Geary. And they hope that he will choose to go to AAA, and he could rejoin the club at some point when needed. In tight, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. It is a long season, and usually many relievers are needed by every major league club.
Jeff struggled before he got hurt, and then spent a pretty good chunk of time on the disabled list. This is a real critical part of the season for the Astros as they try to hang in this race. So you can understand their hesitancy just to activate Jeff and say, okay, go work the 7th inning for us. But what we do know about Jeff is when he's right, he's very good. He pitched very well for the Astros last year. So hopefully he can go down to Round Rock, accept that assignment, and perform and come back and help out.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pudge Rodriguez catching. Foul ball. Pudge is catching game number 2,222 of his career. After today, he needs only 5 more games to become the all-time record holder in games caught in the major leagues. And the goal is to give him that opportunity to catch one of those games in Arlington, Texas. The Astros will be in Arizona for 3, and then 3 at Texas. Slicing fly ball left field line. Carlos Lee going over. It is out of play.
Carlos shading towards left center, had a long way to go there. If that drops fair, Lee scores easily. Hoffpower might even end up at third base.
Yeah.
Hoffpower became a dad in December for the first time. Had a daughter, and they named her Addison.
Oh, for Addison Street?
Well, no, he says no. He says completely coincidental.
Really?
But you would think for the guy playing for the Cubs. And you have his son Waveland, maybe a Sheffield.
Those are the streets.
If he has more kids and those are the names, we're calling him on this just a coincidence thing.
We are. That's a broken bat fly ball. Michael Bourne in center handles out number 1.
I'd like you to meet my son, Murphy's Lounge.
Then there's my second son, North 107th Avenue. Mike Fontenot, 247 hitter with 6 homers, 26 runs batted in. Fontenot getting started at third base again. He's hit .370 on this Cubs road trip with a homer and 6 runs batted in. That homer coming here to left field Tuesday night. Fontenot puts a strike one. That was quite a game for Fontenot on his 29th birthday, going 4 for 5 with a homer and scoring 2 Tuesday night in the Cubs 7-1 win here. Seasonal numbers are not where he wound up the year last year. He really did a nice job for the Cubs in limited play last season. It's high for ball 1, and it's 1-1 to Fontenot. The Cubs are going through what many teams who have sensational years go through the next season. Tough for a lot of players to repeat what they did with everything working so well the year before. Fontenot hit .305. He drove in 40 runs and 243 at bats last year.
And therein lies the danger when you try to evaluate and make predictions.
You're right about that.
Well, you know, we talk so much in baseball about the numbers and how players typically raise to their level or fall to their level. And so you just never know, especially when you've got young players who don't have a long track record. And the reality is sometimes those numbers don't bear out. For the most part they do, but there'll be guys who have career years one year and fall off significantly the next. That's been the case so far, at least for Giovanni Soto. When Rookie of the Year last year, put up big numbers. He's really scuffling.
Coy Hill, today's catcher, is in the on-deck circle. In the dirt for ball 2. Fontenot, a first-round pick of Baltimore in 01. He's from Slidell, Louisiana. He had a bad throw in the 11th inning to allow the winning run to score for Cincinnati on Sunday. And Lou Piniella said since Ramirez went down, that's been a big problem for us. Third base, a big problem. Fly ball. Michael Bourne comes in for it. Tejada out. Bourne cannot prevent this from being a hit. And now Lee is going to third base. Carlos Lee throws into second on a looping pop fly single by Fontenot. It's first and third, 1 out.
A good read there by Derek Lee as he went all the way just a couple of steps short of second base with this looping pop-up. So he puts himself out there in a danger zone. If this ball is tracked down by Michael Bourne, they might have had a shot at doubling him off. But he read it right. The ball looked like it came up and hit Michael in the coconut. And you see Lee, and with that carom off the head of Bourne, able to get to third base.
Fine effort by Michael. Now Russ Ortiz has runners at the corners and 1 out for Coy Hill. Switch hitting 30-year-old catcher with a .259 average, 2 homers, 7 runs batted in for Hill. The Astros have Tejada and Keppinger set up for a double play with 1 out. Hill takes it and it's ball 1. Cubs are 10-5 when Hill is in the starting lineup this year. And since 2007, when he's a starter, their record is 28-14. Hill shoots one foul. Line drive to low bridge. Derek Lee. 1-1.
This is the point where the analyst says, and that's why you take your lead in foul territory. You can't let that go by without pointing that out. If he's in fair territory and he hits him, he's out in more ways than one.
Mike Quade moving out of the way. Derek Lee getting down. Quade was funny last night. Third base coach trying to get the Cubs to understand the signs he was relaying to them. They couldn't pick him up.
Yeah, so ultimately he looks at Ryan Terrio was hitting and Alfonso Soriano was on at first, and Soriano, after a series of signs, went over to Matt Sinatro, the first base coach, for some clarification. And you hate to have that happen when you're the third base coach, because there's supposed to be some subterfuge involved here. So Q just he looks into Terrio and he points at him and goes, "You hit," and he points over at Soriano and says, "And you stay there."
Yeah, we'll see it.
You hit. You stay. No indicator, no nothing. Let's just go. Let's just play ball here.
That is beautiful. One ball, 2 strikes to Hill. And he fouls it back. Hill has come back from a terrible accident with a saw, cutting off a couple fingers that had to be reattached on his throwing hand. He's had to deal with all the attendant problems that go with that. A lot of arthritis. And actually, from what we read, might have to have one of those fingers amputated after his playing career is over, because there will be so much pain otherwise. 2 balls, 2 strikes, so he has really stuck it out.
Was it Cecil Upshaw, the relief pitcher, got hung up dunking a basketball?
Yes.
And didn't he lose a finger because of that?
I think he did lose a finger. Roger Metzger had an accident with a saw many years ago with the Astros. Bouncer in the hole. Tejada to his right, throws to second. Keppinger relays to first, and that's a double play. Big time play behind Russ Ortiz. Keppinger turned it after Tejada went far to his right. 6-4-3, no runs, a hit, 1 man left. Their 10 years in Minute Maid Park this season. To honor some of the great moments in the ballpark, we present the 10-year Bracket Challenge. Round 2 continues with Brad Ausmus' home run in the bottom of the 9th against the Braves in the 2005 NLDS. Off Kyle Farnsworth versus Chris Burke's homer in the 18th inning of that same game. Go to Astros.com to cast your vote today. 1-0 Astros, bottom of the 2nd. 10 years at Minute Maid, many memorable games. Jeff Blum provided the fans last night with a very good memory.
Drove in both runs, and here's the game winner. Solid line drive to center to score Tejada.
Bounces that one foul. The count 1-1 as Blummer comes up against Ryan Dempster, with the Astros leading on a sac fly by Carlos Lee. It was an early souvenir.
Not the most memorable hit for Blum in this ballpark, but one we enjoyed more.
Yeah, he had one with the White Sox in the World Series in 05 that went beyond that. Game-winning homer in the 14th inning off Zeke Estacio. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And I got an email, I believe Zeke Estacio is playing independent ball somewhere here in Texas.
Okay.
San Antonio, maybe.
We got an email earlier this year. Sean Chacon is playing independent ball as well somewhere. Blum swings at the slider and misses. Coy Hill with a throw to Derek Lee to complete the strikeout. That's number 3 for Dempster.
Royals in town on Thursday, June 25th, 1:05 game. It's Retro T-shirt day. If you're one of the first 10,000 fans, you'll receive that retro T-shirt. That's courtesy of Bastion Technologies. And sweetheart deals available here at Minute Maid Park. 1-877-9-ASTROS is the number to call, including a new kids-free all-summer program that was announced today by Drayton McLean. 14 and under, with the purchase of a full-price adult ticket, you'll receive 2 free tickets for kids 14 and under. How about that?
Great program.
June 23rd to August 23rd. And those tickets available on 3 different levels here: the mezzanine level, the view deck, or view deck 2. So mezzanine seats go for $20. So for 2 adults, I guess you could bring 4 kids. 1 adult could bring 2.
Sure.
Wow.
0-2. And the Astros offer a $4 kids meal at every game.
That's a great deal.
And for several years, you could get an outfield deck seat for $1 for kids and $7 for adults. So with this option, a family of 4 can attend an Astros game for $16. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Keppinger on deck.
Here's my phone. Let me get that.
All right.
Well,
there'll be some kids who want to come to the park with you.
Did you say kids 14 and under come in free? By golly, I did. 2 free tickets. An adult buys 1.
A lot of kids out today for this day game. Finale of the homestand. The Astros will be gone for 10 days now. I mentioned Kansas City will be here on their next homestand.
Oh yeah, you might get to see Zach Greinke pitch.
That'll be fun. And you might get to see Justin Verlander of Detroit after that.
Yikes.
You wouldn't want to hit against him.
I don't know how badly we want to see those guys.
He's got it going this year.
Pitcher of the month. Verlander was in the American League for May. Greinke, I'm assuming, was for April, right? Had to have been.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Carried an ERA of about 0.5 for the first 6 weeks of the season.
On the right side of the infield, it's played by Blanco on bounce into out number 2.
Dempster looks like he's got his A game going here. He gave up that leadoff double to Michael Bourne, but Michael actually spoiled a pretty good pitch. Since then, it's the ground ball single by Tejada. 3 punch outs, a sac fly, and that weak little ground ball.
Dempster working for the 2nd time this season against the Astros. Keppinger comes up, 265 for Jeff. 2 homers, 7 runs batted in. Russ Ortiz is in the on-deck circle. Dempster turned 32 in early May. Ball 1. He faced Wandy Rodriguez here April 7th. Got a no decision, giving up 2 runs in 6 innings. The Astros won that one on a Keppinger hit in the 10th. And now a liner speared by Fontenot makes it a 1-2-3 second for Dempster and a 1-0 lead for the Astros. .356 on base percentage. Team ERA 3.90. Bullpen 2.11. And they picked up 2 games in the NL Central. They're only 6 games out now.
Yeah, they were 9 games back at the end of May. Actually started the homestand 9 games off the pace and conceivably be 5 games back after today. So that'd be a real nice move. And of course, the key is you can't go out on the road and give it all back.
Andres Blanco, a .250 hitter, has 3 runs batted in. Made a nice play on Tejada's hit up the middle to save a run for a little while, but then Carlos Lee got that runner home. Michael Bourne with a sac fly. No balls, 2 strikes.
And Blanco doesn't have a lot of pop. He's thinking about dropping down a bunt there. Breaking pitch able to drop in there for a strike. Curveball, maybe Russ's best pitch, but there's a curveball and a slider, cut fastball, straight changeup on occasion to the lefties. Got a real nice changeup in spring training.
Still 0-2 with Ryan Dempster on deck in this 1-0 game.
And back in his heyday, he could bust that high fastball by you, get it in on your thumbs and pop you up.
Russ missed all of last season after surgery. But 21-7 year he had in 03 for Atlanta was really something. Had 4 straight years of 200 innings or more, and 5 out of 6. Fouled away 0-2. Ortiz has won 113 games for his career, and he's lost 84. Astros are 3-6 against the Cubs this season. This is the finale between the two in this ballpark. Trips to Wrigley Field coming up later for the Astros. Foul back. No balls, 2 strikes. Last year the Astros won the season series from Lou Pinella's Cubs 9-8.
And the Astros, were they the only team to win the season series against the Cubs, or one of just a couple, or
not sure?
Won the season series at Wrigley, something to that effect.
Yeah,
Cubs did a whole lot of winning last year.
The Astros will be in Chicago June 27th through the 30th for 4 game set, and then again August 31st through September 2nd. Blanco looks at a ball that makes it 1-2. Blanco stepped in to play some infield on this road trip, and he's hit .316. This is his 8th start as a Cub.
And a neat scorecard.
Yeah, it is.
CC Sabathia in the house today.
Jeff Blum over for the foul pop. Backhands the ball, and nope. The fan reached over. No interference was called. But Blum was unhappy clearly that he didn't make that catch.
A little Bartman play there. Not quite as much at stake. You see the guy behind him say, man, you got to let that go. See the guy with the Astro hat. You got to let that go. You got to let Blummer catch that ball. If the fan reaches into play, then interference is the rule. But if it's in the stands, it's fair game.
So if those fans had let him catch it, it would have been a much easier play for Jeff than trying to fight through that tangle of arms. But Ortiz gets a strikeout.
Yeah, that would have cost Russ a punch out. Besides, they might be Cub fans for all we know. There's quite a few of them here.
Yep.
I wonder if you could call it as an hit. Let it go and I'll give it to you after I catch it.
Yeah.
Any infielder would think of saying that on the way over there. And Blanco chastising himself. You can't hit that dessert cart fastball.
He got a second chance when the foul pop wasn't caught. Ryan Dempster, 0-74 at the plate. Fouls it back for strike 1.
Bob Bradley. Nope.
Bob almost was able to get to that one. Dempster has not really mastered the art of hitting this season. Under 100 for his career average. Phillies and the Astros were the only National League teams to win season series from the Cubs. Line shot into center for Dempster.
Dempster's good at a lot of things. He's a good pitcher. He's a little bit of a magician. He's a comedian. But generally, not much with the bat in his hands. He short stroked that high fastball like he knew what he was doing.
That's hit number 2 for the Cubs. Soriano's the batter now. Dempster the base runner with Soriano having grounded to third to lead off the game. Ortiz worked in relief here against the Cubs back on April 8th. He started the game here against Ted Lilly on May 7th. That was his last start for today. A strike one. That one did not go well for Russ. 2 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs. And he took a loss.
Because he throws a lot of high riding fastballs, he doesn't typically get quick outs. He gets a lot of foul balls, gets a lot of deep counts. So, with him coming out of the bullpen to make this start, with the pitch count being a concern, just wondering how much he's got in his tank. We're hoping for some quick, efficient innings, and he had one in the first, 9 or 10 pitches to get through the first, but he's up to 46 pitches now. Another one of those double plays would be nice.
7 of 10 first pitch strikes. That's a pretty good beginning to the game. One and two. That double play in the second inning was one of the best we've seen from the Astros in recent weeks. Tejada had to move far to his right on the ball hit by Coy Hill. Home Depot presents doing more on defense, and here it is.
Kind of breaking that they had the catcher running, but nonetheless a very slick double play, and Tejada really busting over to get behind that ground ball, put himself in good position to put something on the throw.
Ball there keeps the count at 1 and 2. Soriano took that one off the leg, and he's nothing away from home plate now. Teammates need some assistance here. One of the Cubs trainers coming out to help him out. Reaching that area above the left knee. Let's see where it hit him.
Yeah, he's got the protection down on the shin, but that's soft. Just that kind of soft area just above the kneecap, or maybe right on the kneecap itself.
He's been banged up recently anyway. His legs have been causing him problems. He had been hobbled by a left knee a few days ago.
You see Lou talking to Pudge there, probably saying, hey, stay out of there. You need this guy.
Lou's a beauty. He came out after that Ted Lilly triple and was doing his best at some stalling tactics the other night. Tejada with a flip. Catching all kinds of times to turn 2. 6-4-3 for the second straight inning. You called it, and Ortiz did it, and it's 1-0 Astros. You went outside. Nice to have an air-conditioned ballpark here at Minute Maid Park. Russ Ortiz leads it off. These fans have watched the Astros build a 1-0 lead on a Carlos Lee sac fly in the first inning, and Ortiz keep the Cubs off the board. 2 double play balls. A little early for a nap. He'll come around later. Ortiz with a liner. That'll wake him up. A sharp hit into left field. Hit number 3 of the season by Russ. Wake up, little man. You need to see the pitcher swing the bat.
Yeah, because normally you still have a little school time left to log before you can get home for that afternoon siesta.
Drilled it to the left of Fontenot. Hit number 3 for the Astros. Both pitchers with hits in this game. And now it's Michael Bourne. He doubled inside the left field line and came around to score in the Carlos Lee sac fly. Fontenot is in tight at third. Terrio and Blanco at double play depth. Bourne takes a look at ball 1 from Dempster. Cubs pitching has really been solid. 7 consecutive quality starts by the Cubs. Got a good one last night from Carlos Zambrano. 8 innings, 3 hits and a run. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Cubs starting pitchers as a group have the lowest ERA in the majors. 3.65. Fouled away, and the lowest batting average against, 237 against the Cubs starters.
Yeah, well, they've led the league in strikeouts, their pitchers, for the last 6 or 7 years. It's a pretty good run they've been on. Even though they're scuffling a little bit offensively this year, their starting pitching is so good, and they got quality arms in the bullpen. The bullpen has been up and down somewhat this year, but they do have some very talented pitchers out there. So that's allowed them to hang in the thick of this race. That's what makes them such a dangerous team, because, you know, sooner or later Aramis Ramirez is going to come back. Some of these guys that are scuffling will start to hit a little bit.
Bourne to center field. Fukudome with the grab. 1 out.
The State of Astros history is brought to you by the M.D. Anderson Cancer Center. Well, you'll remember this. Seems like a long time ago, June 11, 2003. Remember, Roy had to leave with a pulled groin, but a 6-pitcher no-hitter ensued over the Yankees at Yankee Stadium, the Astros' first ever trip to that historic ballpark. Monroe, Sarlos, Lidge, Totel, and Billy Wagner finish it off. That's a good trivia question.
Yes, it is. That's the only time that's been done in Major League history. And the Astros were on a 6-game road trip to New York and Boston. That's the only game they won on that trip. Miguel Tejada got an infield hit to second. It was headed for center field, but then Blanco made a diving stop. There's ball 1 to Miggy. And now on the verge of a major milestone for his career. 1 more hit to get to 2,000. He will be the 8th Dominican-born player to reach 2,000. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, he has gotten there quickly this season. 84 hits already this year. Tejada just turned 35 in late May. Bounces that one toward third, but foul. 2 balls and a strike. Tejada drove in 150 runs with the Orioles in 2004. In 2002, he was the MVP in the American League.
17 active major leaguers with 2,000 hits. Ken Griffey leads the way, 2,712.
Tejada led the Astros last year. He had 179 hits. That was a club record for a Houston shortstop. And his current batting average, the highest for a Houston shortstop before the All-Star break. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He has started 95% of his team's games since reaching the major leagues. He's only missed 80 games. Going back to the '98 season when he became a regular for Oakland. Fly ball center field. Fukudome backing on it. Ortiz playing it halfway. 2 outs.
Yeah, Miggy loves to play. He's got a tremendous passion for the game.
Hunter Pence also has that kind of passion. And you can read about that today in the Houston Chronicle with the article by Richard Justice on Hunter. Hunter struck out in the first inning. That was in sharp contrast to his at-bats last night, the last 2 times when he drew walks. He expanded his zone a little bit with runners at first and third, nobody out. Now he comes up for the second time, and let's see how things go for Dempster and Pence on this encounter. Ball 1.
Well, given the way he took that pitch and some of the swings he had in his first at bat, and maybe he's having a hard time seeing the ball off Dempster. There's just certain hitters and certain pitchers, I'll tell you, I just don't pick up the ball well off this guy.
2-0. Hunter hit a grand slam off Dempster here May 20th of last year. And Dempster lost the game on those 4 runs, 4-2 to Chris Sampson. Hunter connected again here often this year. Foul back. 2-1.
So that idea that he might have a hard time seeing him probably doesn't apply, because he carried a .471 batting average off of him into this game. 8 out of 17 with those 2 home runs Brownie just mentioned.
The Cardinals and Marlins are playing an early game. They're in the bottom of the 9th already. Ooh, high fastball makes it 2-2. Cardinals leading at 6-5 in the bottom of the 9th.
Dempster gets a lot of swings out of the zone. And he changes the eye level well with sliders and splitters down, and then that high fastball. Staying out of the happy zone. Down below the knees, up above the hands.
Another high pitch, foul back. Hunter was saying in that article by Richard Justice, as far as his hard work before games, he's been known to take batting practice far more than anybody else. He's cutting back a little bit, doesn't want to wear himself out for the ball game.
Yeah, part of the learning process. You realize work's important, but rest and preservation is as well. And when he takes BP, I mean, it is a full-blown huffing and puffing, sweat, you know, just, I mean, he's grinding in batting practice like no hitter I've ever seen before.
Yeah. We're lucky enough to be able to walk up to that batting cage. He sounds kind of like Jimmy Connors practicing hitting tennis balls. Runner going, and there's a fly ball. Left field, Soriano. We're out number 3. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left after 3, 1-0 Houston. The Yankees in 2003. Affleck has another question about that game. In the Astros combined no-hitter against the Yankees that year, who started for the Yankees?
Wow.
Mike Mussina, a possibility?
Yeah.
I'll go with him.
Yeah. 2003.
Yeah. Andy Pettit. Bob McNair is here, the Houston Texans owner, in a white shirt. Ryan Theriot leads it off, 1-0 Astros. Fourth inning begins with the shortstop who was caught looking in the first. He looks at that one for ball one.
2003, the Yankees were pretty darn good back then, right?
Yeah.
They go to the World Series that year?
I think they went that year. Broken bat roller. Berkman with Ortiz covering. Tosses to him. The years all run together.
Yeah, they sure do. I'm trying to think, is that the year the Yankees played the Marlins in the World Series?
03 was the year the Marlins were in the World Series. Yeah, it might have been Yankees.
The ball does not carry very far when you hit it with your thumbs.
The Yankees pitcher is still active, we're told. So that means no Mike Mussina. Fukudome grounded out to short in the first inning. Berkman came over. Ortiz might have been a little winded, so Lance gave him an opportunity to get his breath by coming over to clean his spikes.
About somebody like Carl Pavano when he'd been a Yankee back then. Of course, he pitched a few games for the Yankees. It'd be a reach to make him your guess.
But he could have been the guy. It's 1-1 strike. The Cardinals won 6-5 at Florida. Cardinals won that series 2-1 after snapping a 5-game losing streak. In tight for a 2-1 count. St. Louis now, this is such a close NL Central. St. Louis is 33-28. Cardinals were in a second place tie with Cincinnati when the day started, a game and a half behind Milwaukee. Milwaukee is losing to red hot Colorado 1-0 in the middle of the third at Milwaukee. Rockies have won 7 in a row. Where'd that come from?
Yep, he left down here. Looking too good, but that's just the nature of the beast in this game. What have you done for me lately in the National League Central? The last Astros playing the best baseball over the last 10 games at 7-3. Jim Tracy's a genius.
Yes, he is. That's the second walk for Russ Ortiz.
On Saturday, June 27th, Astros play the Detroit Tigers. Interleague action, of course. 6:05 game. First 10,000 fans will receive a bronze Jeff Bagwell bust. That's courtesy of Coca-Cola and HEB. This is the first piece in a special Bagwell Biggio combo platter. Okay. Can't win the doubleheader if you don't win the first one. So if you want to complete the set, you got to get Baggy first.
Derek Lee walked in the second inning. He looks at ball one here.
All right, here's the pitching staff for the 2003 Yankees. Mussina, Wells, Clemens, Pettit, Jeff Weaver. Sterling Hitchcock also made a start for them that year.
I'm going to go with Weaver. Now that my first guess was wrong.
Oh, Mussina was wrong?
Yeah. 2 balls, no strikes. Scoreboard now has been corrected to 2-0. Dewey Robinson's coming out. Ortiz at this point at 58 pitches. It seemed when he covered first there on that ground ball to Berkman, might have been a little winded. Berkman came over, gave him a bit of a breather, but then he walked for Fukudome. Now he's 2-0 on lead.
Yeah, and he ran the bases last inning, and I imagine people are saying, well, what kind of shape are these guys in? He runs the bases one time, covers first, and he's gassed. And when you watch a pitcher work, it doesn't look like he's working that hard, but Believe me, he is.
Well, so if you don't believe that, go out in your backyard, pick up a baseball, go 60 feet away from a wall, throw it as hard as you possibly can, wait about 15 seconds, do it again, and try that for about 5 minutes. That'll get your heart rate up. 2 balls and a strike. But we were talking about this one time, and you said you didn't think the heart rate was that elevated from pitching, right?
I don't know. Did I say that? That sounds like somebody much more astute and smart than me might have said that. That seems like that's beyond my reach.
We'll ask Gene Coleman.
That was probably Dirk.
Fly ball to right for Hunter Pence. And here's Fukudome going back to tag, but he won't go anywhere.
Now, when I did say it, and you scoffed at me, somebody did. No, it might have been Franklin. Okay. Franklin was working in your stead here last week. I mentioned because Mike Maddox, when he goes out to talk to the pitcher, and he puts his hand on his shoulder, and a lot of pitching coaches do that to give the guy support. But Mad Dog says he does it to feel the pulse rate, to see if the guy's working real hard and breathing hard. And Franklin Dave Raymond, we call him Franklin. That's kind of an inside joke because that's what Milo called him when he first joined the radio team. But he just scoffed at me like I was coming completely out of left field. I said, hey, that's not me, pal. It's Mad Dog, one of the best pitching coaches in the business.
Yeah. So is he going to scoff at him?
I think he did. Yeah, by extension, yes.
Well, then we'll have to get those two together when we go to Arlington.
Yeah.
Let's see what he has to say about it. All back by Hopper.
We might even have to have a camera rolling. We'll have Mad Dog come up and put his arm on Dave's shoulder and say, how you doing?
And, we'll set it all up so that Dave has been warned that Mad Dog has heard his comments and wants to take issue, and we'll see what his heart rate is when Mad Dog comes up and gets in his face.
That'd be really good if Mike went out to the pitcher and put his hand on his shoulder and then took out a stopwatch and actually timed his heart. Oh man, you're gassed, pal. You're pumping way too hard out here. We're gonna have to make a move to the pen.
Fukudome diving back in. Got 0-1 on Hoffpower. He started and stopped. Pudge came out of the chute ready to throw. It's 1-1.
And again, this comes under the category of playing the whole game. Work hard with your leads. A bluff like you're going, you get Pudge to come up out of his crouch there. That's clearly a ball, but sometimes you can steal a pitch because the catcher comes up and he'll block the pitcher, and what it's probably a strike might be called a ball simply because you're taking a good aggressive lead and bluffing down there at first base.
He does it again, and it's fouled. And with a left-handed batter, the catcher doesn't have quite as good a view of that base runner as the batter. Now, do you think a catcher is embarrassed by doing that? I mean, coming up out of the chute and the runner's not going?
No, because Pudge has made his reputation defensively on throwing people out. So he's going to do everything he can to be in a good position to throw. He'd rather be wrong that way than stay in his crouch too long and not be in a good position to make the throw. But that's part of the game. You got to stay back a little bit. You don't want to cost your pitcher a strike.
Now 2-2 to Hoffpower. There's a story about either maybe Lou Brock or Maury Wills, and they said they love to do that, make that catcher come up and then not go. Just get everybody on edge a little bit.
Well, you get your middle infielders moving to cover the bag.
Yeah. Swing and a miss and a strikeout of Hoffpower. And it's no runs, no hits, and 1 left. Russ Ortiz extends that consecutive scoreless inning streak to 16 1/3, 1-0.
I'll go with Andy Pettit. Jeff Weaver.
6 1/3 innings, 5 runs allowed. He is now pitching for the Dodgers. And the Yankees are trying to figure out how to beat Boston this year. They've lost 7 straight to the Red Sox. Carlos Lee leads it off, taking ball 1. Lee hit the sac fly in the first, which has provided the only run of the game today. Berkman and Blum to follow El Caballo. Dempster guides it in for a strike, 1-1. Dempster has been pitching with quite a family distraction this season, going back and forth to his home in Arizona between starts. The 2-year-old infant struggling with health concerns. 1 ball and 2 strikes. That makes for a tough season. Ryan was drafted in '95 by the Rangers. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Astros have seen a whole lot of him down over the years. He was with Florida, Cincinnati. Joined the Cubs as a free agent in '04. He's from British Columbia, Canada. 3 balls, 2 strikes. He's been facing the Astros since the '98 season. Fly ball. Fukudome was very deep. He comes in center. 1 out. Jack in the Box standings will show you the NL West. The Astros will be facing Arizona, which is the last place team at 25-35 for the next 3 games. Colorado has surged with 7 straight wins, 27-32, but it's all Dodgers out there, 40-21. The Giants have played well, but they're 7.5 games back.
Yeah, the Giants, a bit of a surprise team that pitched very well. The Dodgers just getting off to such a great start, leaving everybody in their dust. Take a peek at the out-of-town scoreboard. Pittsburgh and Atlanta, well-pitched ball game there. The Diamondbacks just 12-21 in their home ballpark this year. Astros maybe can take advantage of that, because the rest of that road trip gets a little tough for Arlington.
Liner to Blanco. Really smacked by Berkman.
Cannot hit a ball any harder than that. Yeah, check that. There's not a hole in it.
Cool.
It's a screamer.
Ball was blistered.
And Astros go to Arlington after Arizona to face the first place Texas Rangers. Then on to Minnesota. The Twins are below 500, a game below 500, but 21-12 in the Metrodome. They've been very, very good at home. 500 on this trip would be very good.
Jeff Blum looks at ball 1. The Astros are 12-25 against teams below 500. They won 2 of 3 here from the Dodgers, and they just have not done well in those series against good teams this year. They swept San Diego here. Padres were playing pretty well at the time. But if they could win this series, that would be a standout series for them, the way the season has gone. Two balls and a strike, and as JD mentioned, that would signify a 7-3 homestand. That they really got things rolling on this homestand for 3 consecutive series, and then going on to play a last place club next. Every chance to continue that in Arizona. Line drive to right field by Blum. Hit number 4 for the Astros. And the standout thing about last night's game was Zambrano was pitching so well, and they still won the game.
Yeah, Zambrano breezing through the early innings in that game, and his undoing a leadoff walk to Hunter Pence in the 7th that led to the Astros' first run. And then they beat Guzman, the reliever, in the 9th. And it's funny, you know, and that's what starting pitching does for you. If Wandy had come out and scuffled like he had in his previous 3 starts, and the Astros lose that game 7-1, the storyline wouldn't be, boy, they grinded out their at bats, they beat a tough pitcher, they hung in there. The storyline would be, man, they were flat again last night. They didn't look very good. They didn't get many good swings against Carlos. It's amazing how the storyline turns when your starting pitcher pitches so well and it takes the hitters off the hook.
It is amazing the way that works in baseball. Pudge Rodriguez takes a strike. He grounded out the 2nd earlier. Pudge with 2,648 hits. That's tops among all catchers.
Who's talked about Miggy approaching 2,000 hits and where he ranked among active players. Pudge is third.
Jeff Kettinger on deck. In that Cardinal win, Trevor Miller got the win in relief of Todd Wellemeyer. Leo Nunez lost it. Ryan Franklin got save number 14. Albert Pujols cranked his 19th homer. Ross Gload hit 2 for the Fish, giving 3 for the year. Rodriguez strikes out, and Dempster gets number 4 to end the 4th inning with a score of 1-0 Houston. TNT, by Dodge, by Steel, and by Southwest Airlines. Inside Minute Maid Park, Russ Ortiz has a 1-0 lead. The Astros have had good run support when Russ has been the starting pitcher. Not much going today as he's clung to that 1 run of support provided by Carlos Lee in the 1st inning on a sac fly. Mike Fontenot singled to left center. He was erased on a double play ball in the 2nd inning. Cubs had runners at 1st and 3rd and 1 out when Hill grounded into that double play.
Yeah, it's really been the difference in this ball game. The sacrifice fly by Carlos Lee to deliver that runner from 3rd. And then Russ's ability to get the double play when Hill was up there in a similar situation. Sac fly would have tied the game. And Miggy started a sparkling double play.
One hopper, good off speed pitch for Ortiz. Gets him on 1 bounce, and that's out number 1 here in the 5th. Russ had 66 pitches for the game. He's due up 2nd in the bottom of the 5th inning. 5 might be all the Astros will ask of him today. Coy Hill bounced into that double play to Tejada's right in the 2nd inning. Doug Brocail. His wife Lisa was answering the phones last night during the auction. A lot of the Astros wives turned out in support. And Doug is getting those injections of platelets in the hamstring area. It's a radical new medical treatment to try to see if he might be able to play again this year. That would be a long shot, but he's willing to try that rather than having season-ending surgery.
It looks like he's gone into coach mode down there. Got the binders, got the stopwatch.
One ball, 1 strike to Coy Hill. Yeah, he does look like he's coaching.
A little change up. Hill way out in front. First couple of change ups Russ threw today, he left way up. Just didn't have the feel for it. But generally, that's a good pitch for him. He's going to come back with it.
Two and 1 to Coy Hill. The Astros have averaged 6.28 runs for Ortiz per 9 innings. That's the best run support on the staff. But today, he's really had to work hard and limited the Cubs to just 2 singles so far. He's 3-1 now to Hill. The Cubs have hit much better at home than on the road. They're 13-17 on the road this season. And they're hitting only .238 on the road. Berkman fields the grounder. 2 outs. That'll be Andres Blanco next. Astros have realigned their starting rotation for the next few games, with Ortiz coming into this spot, with Felipe Paulino with the injury needing to miss a start, and Ortiz working on 3 days rest after his relief appearance Sunday. Meanwhile, Mike Hampton pushed back, and Hampton will lead that series in Arizona tomorrow night against Dan Herron. Both pitchers have 4-4 records. And we'll be on the air at 8 o'clock with Astros Live tomorrow night. Fouled outside the left field line. Strike 1 on Blanco. Roy Oswalt will be pitching for the first time in a week on Saturday night against John Garland. We'll be on the air at 6:30 with that pregame show, Astros Live. Roy has some soreness in his right wrist, tendonitis type stuff. He says it's nothing major, but the Astros are giving him an extra couple of days.
Because originally Roy was down to pitch this game.
Yeah.
And then Mike Hampton was going to pitch today. And then when they decided to use Ortiz, they decided to pitch Russ against the Cubs. And got a good changeup again.
Yeah.
And you know, you got a good changeup when you can beat a hitter that high. With typically a changeup it shows in the strike zone and then fades down out of the zone. But when you get a guy swinging through on about mid-thigh high, you're really selling that pitch.
And Blanco's late on the heater, and that's strikeout number 4. A very good 5 innings for Russ Ortiz, needing 10 pitches, 75 for the ball game, and he leads it 1-0. Teams. Stay connected. Log on to Facebook.com and search Fox Sports Houston. Ryan Dempster trailing 1-0 delivers to Jeff Keppinger. There's ball 1. Keppinger lined to third in the second inning. Russ Ortiz is on deck. Everybody warming up in the Houston bullpen in this pitching duel here in the 5th. Dempster brings that one in for a 1-1 count. Dempster is one of only 4 active pitchers to make at least 150 starts and have at least 85 saves. He's constantly turning that glove. When did he start doing that? A couple of years ago?
I don't remember if he did it the year before last or not. And he felt like, we were talking about Wandy tipping pitches. He felt like he was tipping pitches, so he does that on every pitch. Apparently he was fanning his glove or had a little twitch only on certain pitches, and now he has all that action at the beginning of his delivery.
It's 3-2 to Jeff Keppinger.
He starts with a split finger grip.
Keppinger's a .325 career hitter against Chicago. Pirates won, Braves won. They're in the top of the 9th in Atlanta. Paul Mulholland pitched shutout ball for 7 for the Pirates. To right field. Hoffpower. 1 out for Dempster.
Summertime means family time at Minute Maid Park starting June 23rd through August. Kids are free all summer long. This is a partnership between the Astros and Minute Maid. For every full price adult ticket you purchase in the View Deck, View Deck 2, or mezzanine levels of the ballpark, you'll get 2 free tickets in the same price level for kids 14 years of age and under. What a sweetheart deal. The Astros announcing that this morning. Tickets go on sale tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So Astros.com, or how about swinging by the Minute Maid Park box office?
Get set up for that next homestand. Ortiz with strike 1.
You know how the kids are in the summer. They're so bored.
Yeah. Toward the left field corner, Soriano coming over, and that one bangs off the base of the wall. It's going to be a long single for Russ Ortiz, who is 2 for 2.
About Big Russ. 5 shutout innings and a couple of knocks. Good looking stroke.
Well, he has better than a 200 career batting average, 6 homers. 7 homers now in his career.
He's got that good eye-hand coordination. He's a very good golfer.
Michael Bourne. Line drive, foul.
That would have been fun, because I think we would have had that situation with Russ leading the blocking with Bourne right on his tail.
And that could have been the old Green Bay Packers sweep. No balls in the strike. Bourne calls time, steps away. Derek Lee is playing off the base and right in front of Russ Ortiz. That one goes to right field for Hoffpower. 2 outs. And Miguel Tejada comes up with a shot at hit number 2,000 right here. He's a .330 lifetime hitter against the Cubs. He's 1 for 2 today. Hunter Pence is on deck. Delwyn Young hit a solo homer off Javier Vasquez in that Pirate game in Atlanta. It's up 1-1 now. And now the Pirates have broken that. They have 2 in the top of the 9th to make it 3-1. So the Pirates and the Astros tied for 5th. Might be only 5 games out by the end of the day. Milwaukee's trailing at home 2-0 to Colorado after 4.5. Fontenot gets in front of it, throws to second for the force play on Ortiz. No runs, a hit, a man stranded. After 5, it's 1-0 Astros. first inning sac fly by Carlos Lee. Time now for our Dodge Grab Live feature. Here's Russ Ortiz on his favorite athletes growing up.
Will Clark has always been my favorite athlete, our favorite baseball player. First favorite that I had, and probably John Elway is the other one.
Man, am I getting that old? That
No.
Russ Ortiz was a Will Clark fan growing up.
No, you're not that old. You're a very young man, JD.
Russ probably ended up playing with Will a little bit in San Francisco.
That's what I was thinking. Tim Burdack and Alberto Arias warming up for Houston. Ryan Dempster is in the box to lead it off for the Cubs here, and there's strike one. He singled in the third inning. And Russ Ortiz is 2 for 2, so the two pitchers combined are 3 for 3 in this game. But pretty soon we'll see a lot of the DH.
It's like a Little League game where the pitchers are the best hitters, too.
Well, they do dominate at that level quite often. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Will Clark's answering machine played the song "The Thrill Is Gone" when you called him.
Oh.
That was his home answering machine.
That was a good song. Two balls and a strike. It was really striking today to walk through the ballpark and just take in all the food smells.
I love day games because the ballpark, when you get here, it's real quiet. And nobody's on the field, and then the energy level rises as the fans pour in. Got to get the brats and the dogs going, and the garlic fries and the nachos. But there was a note. I don't know if it's still in our notes a while back how PETA has voted Minute Maid Park one of the vegetarian-friendly ballparks in the land.
Yeah,
in the top 10.
Lance Berkman comes over. Foul ball out of play. Have you ever tried any of the vegetarian fare here?
I have not, but I heard the salads are really good. You can get made-to-order salads, but they have veggie wraps, and they've got some other options.
Can you get a smoothie there?
I'm guessing you can, based on that sign. Pretty good chance.
It's 3 balls and 2 strikes now. Ortiz is throwing 81 pitches. Bullpen is busy. Vince, Lee, and Berkman due up in the bottom of the inning. 80 pitches for Dempster.
I'm sure there was a conversation when Russ went in after the last inning. How you feeling, big guy? You got any more in you? And he probably said yes. And then immediately goes out and walks the opposing pitcher. And action in that bullpen started as soon as this inning started, so I would assume a fairly short leash.
Soriano's the batter. Soriano 0 for 2.
Burdack and Arias warming in the pen.
Lee drew a leadoff walk in the second inning. And the Cubs threatened, but then Ortiz got a double play ball on Hill and a 1-out walk to Fukudome in the 4th. Berkman playing behind Dempster at first. Soriano looks at a breaker for strike 1. Brown Rock had a day off yesterday.
And Soriano, watching me open up that front hip. He was looking for something middle in that he could jerk. He's a guess hitter. Most guys are, especially early in the count. Most hitters will tell you they go in at bat looking for the fastball, and they'll adjust down. They feel like they can adjust to the breaking pitch or the changeup easier than they could if they're looking for something soft, then try to get to a good fastball. But there are other guys who will tell you that they'll go up in a certain at bat against a certain pitcher, and I'm just going to sit on a breaking pitch this entire at bat. I know sooner or later the guy's going to throw me one.
1-2. Brown Rock having that day off. There was a lot of action at Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi won 8-1 over Midland. Caswell Matsui and Jose Valverde made their first rehab starts. Jason Castro made his Double-A debut last night. So the fans there at Corpus Christi, Whataburger Field, got to see quite a show. Big league talent, emerging talent, all there. Broken bat roller. Tejada to his left. Nope, can't make the play. Here's Dempster going first to third as it sneaks through into center field. A broken bat roller for Soriano. Eludes Tejada as he tries to glove it from nearly behind second base.
Soriano keeps breaking his bat. He's going to be glad to going back home where he can refresh that supply. Looked like a double play ball. Miggy just can't quite corral it. He's trying to stay on his feet, so he's positioned to make the flip to second base to start a double play. You know, rule the base hit, but I think Miggy would tell you that's a play. You know, if you're playing for a double play there, you're pinching up the middle a little bit anyway.
Cecil Cooper's coming out with Ryan Theriot, the next hitter. There's Alberto Arias, right-hander, loose, and Tim Burdack, the lefty, with the lefty hitting Fukudome on deck. Ortiz had runners at first and third and one out in the second. Got Hill to bounce into a double play. Now first and third, nobody out. Ortiz will stay in to face Theriot, who has struck out looking and grounded first base to pitching.
And now Russ in a position now where the go-ahead run is on base. And of course, the manager's job is just to win the game. It's not to get wins or losses for starting pitchers. But a lot of times you'll see a starting pitcher, a manager get a starting pitcher out when you know he can only end up with a win or no decision after pitching effectively like this. But ultimately, you have to make the decision on who you feel like the guy is who's best positioned to get you out of the jam. And he likes the way Russ is throwing the ball today.
Ball one to Theriot. Kazuo Matsui had a hit and a walk and scored 2 runs last night for Corpus Christi. Jose Valverde pitched a hitless inning, walking 2 and fanning 2. Jason Castro was 1 for 4. Two balls, no strikes.
Astros will concede the tying run for a double play.
Richard Dempster, the runner at third. Soriano across from him. It's ball 3 to Theriot. Aaron Cook is pitching a shutout for the Rockies at Milwaukee, 2-0 in the top of the 6th inning against Giovanni Gallardo. Ian Stewart hit his 12th homer. It's 3-1 now to Theriot. Theriot's walked 18 times this year. Big pitch coming here for Ortiz. Drag makes it 3-2 now.
We talk a lot about a pitcher having to be able to throw something other than a fastball and a fastball count. Well, the other option is just to throw a perfect fastball, and he did. Outside edge down around the knees.
Good afternoon crowd watching this one. 1-0 Astros. 3-2. First and third, nobody out to Theriot.
Pretty good chance Soriano's moving here. Theriot did punch out looking his first at bat. I think you're a little more concerned with the ground ball double play here if you're the Cubs. Theriot generally a guy you can count on to put the ball in play. Nope.
Swing and a miss, and he helped Ortiz by chasing a high pitch. Big strikeout for Ortiz. Number 5.
There's that man on third base. The hitter a little overly anxious. Looking for something he could elevate. And he got a fastball up, but you can't do much with that pitch. A good thing for the Cubs, they weren't sending Soriano.
Cecil Cooper has already made the move to the bullpen for lefty Tim Burdack, who will come in to face Fukudome, as we'll have lefty on lefty with the score. Houston 1, Chicago 0. Pitches, 58 of them strikes. He leaves with a 1-0 lead. Runners at first and third, 1 out. The Astros call to the bullpen is brought to you by Verizon Wireless. Bringing in the lefty from Rice University, Tim Burdack, to face Kosuke Fukudome, who is grounded out and walks. Burdack comes in a whole lot of margin, and Derek Lee on deck.
Tim worked an inning in game 1 of the series, allowed a hit and a couple of walks, but no runs. See, lefties have been problematic for him this year. Righties, he's absolutely shut down. As the only left-hander in that bullpen, it remains his job to come in and get a tough lefty out, and he's in that situation now with Fukudome up there.
Fukudome spins on it. There's strike 1. Burdack has inherited 19 runners. 11 have scored. Fukudome 286 against lefties with a homer. Burdack pitched a scoreless inning Tuesday night in this series. Walked 2.
With Tim, it's all about getting ahead, and he got the jump on Fukudome there.
Now the count's even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Burdack is from the Chicago area, has pitched 4 times against the Cubs this season, giving up 1 earned run in 4 1/3 innings. It's 1-2 to Fukudome. This is the 6th appearance on this homestand for Tim Burdack. He's the only lefty in the Astros bullpen now. Wesley Wright started the other day for Round Rock and went 3 innings. So to first base, Soriano back. Pirates beat the Braves 3-1. Steven Jackson with the win. He's 2-1. Rafael Soriano took the loss. He's 1-1. Matt Capps got save number 15. Delwyn Young homered. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Fukudome took that wild swing at the first pitch. Well, usually he's a very patient, very disciplined hitter, and he's showing it now as he works his way back into this count.
Struck him out. 2 outs.
Well, a nice job by first Ortiz and now Burdack with that tying run 90 feet away. And a couple of guys who you can normally count on for contact, Ontario and Fukudome, both go down waving. High fastball got Terrio. This fastball up a little bit and out. And an ugly hack by Kosuke.
A hold for Tim Burdock. He gets the only man he's facing. It'll be Alberto Arias versus Derek Lee when we come back with the score 1-0 Houston. Really close call here for Joe West. He says safe. And Miguel Tejada was ruled to have reached on that infield hit in the first inning.
Yeah, very close. Looked like they may have had him. And D. Lee, if he kind of come off that bag a little bit, may have been able to influence Joe West for an out call there. And, well, once again, you run through the bag, you're going to get there quicker than with a headfirst dive. Alberto Arias on for the 14th time. No wins, no losses. A 3.38 ERA. Features a good sinking fastball and a sharp breaking curveball. Pretty much a two-pitch pitcher. But when you work an inning at a time, that's all you need.
He pitched 2 scoreless innings Tuesday night against the Cubs, and he struck out Derek Lee in the 7th inning. The Cubs won that one 7-1. Now Lee comes up for the 3rd time, has a walk and a fly ball to right. Ball 1 to Lee with hot power on deck. Arias in his career against the Cubs has given up 1 earned run in 9 innings. The Astros more concerned with the runners inherited right now in a 1-0 game. He watches another one, and it's 2-0. Arias has not given up an earned run in any of his last 5 appearances. Gave up a couple of unearned runs at Cincinnati May 25th. Hot shot, Keppinger. What an escape job by Ortiz, Burdock, and Arias. Each getting a key out of the 6th inning. 1-0 Astros. Bud Light. Looking ahead for the series in Arizona, it's Mike Hampton and Dan Herron, a couple of 4-4 pitchers. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock for Astros Live. Roy Oswalt duels with John Garland in the desert. Saturday night, 6:30 for Astros Live. And it's Brian Moeller and Billy Buckner on Sunday, 2:30 for Astros Live leading up to that game.
Well, Happy drew the short end of the stick in that one. And Danny Herron has been outstanding.
Hunter Pence. There's one foul. There's strike one. He's 0 for 2. Ryan Dempster's done a nice job working the count both times to 3-2, getting Pence on a strikeout and a fly ball to left.
The biggest issue for the Astro hitters today been a little too inclined to go out of the strike zone to try to get to Dempster. And that's his game. He doesn't like to give in. And as long as you're willing to swing at those pitches off the plate, he's going to keep throwing them out there.
Terrio. One out. Dempster in the same type situation Wandy Rodriguez was in last night, trailing 1-0 from the early point of the game and getting key outs to keep his club close. Now he'll face Carlos Lee, who's 0 for 1 with a sac fly. Cubs have Hoffpauir, Fontenot, and Hill due to bat in the 7th inning. Russ Ortiz threw 92 pitches, 58 strikes, going 5 1/3 innings, giving up 3 hits, no runs. He walked 3 and fanned 5, and he extended his scoreless inning string to 17 at 2/3 now. But they don't care about that.
So, a different take on the rally cap. Saying, hey, do you think if I put this balloon on my head, I'll get on TV? And said, no, come on, gotta do better than that.
Big cut by Caballo. It's 0-2. Fans getting the Roy Oswalt bobblehead dolls today. They're lined up early. Colorado 3, Milwaukee 0. Bottom of the 6th in Milwaukee. Ian Stewart hit his 12th homer. Terrio does it again. 2 outs. That's the longest scoreless inning streak that Ortiz has, 17 and 2/3 by an Astro this year. Lance Berkman has struck out and lined to second. Olin Trinidad came up with quite a gem last night for Corpus Christi. 7 innings, 1 hit, no runs, with no walks and 5 strikeouts. The 8-1 win over Midland. Jeff Blum on deck. Berkman line drive, left field corner. Off the base of the wall, it kicks back toward third. That gives him an easy double. Soriano tracks it down. Double number 11 for Berkman.
Get a little air under it. He may have had home run number 300, but that'll have to wait. He'll settle for his 11th double this year to go along with those 11 long balls. Dempster's been working upstairs quite a bit with his fastball. He got ground balls from Pence and Lee on high fastballs. Lance, a good level swing, just shoots that one the other way.
Rocketed past Soriano. Not running too well after being hit on the knee earlier with that foul ball. The Astros get their 2nd double of the day. That's hit number 6 for them. The Cubs have been held to 3 singles. Soriano not looking like he feels all that great in left field. Jeff Blum's the batter. Lined a single to right in the 4th. He's 1 for 2.
This is old-time baseball here. 2-1 game last night. Now 1-0 in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah.
Every swing of the bat important. Every pitch.
Strike one. That's what Kevin and Allison were talking about on Astros Live after the game. Takes you way back, if you've been a baseball fan for many years, to those so many tight ball games in the 60s and early 70s before the DH era, and the great pitching really prevailed. Fly ball left center. Fukudome going over and calling for the catch. No runs, a hit. It is 1-0 after 6. Astros.
Fox Saturday Baseball, 3 o'clock Central. Should be fun.
Michael Hoffpower will lead it off here in the 7th inning. 1-0 Astros. 6 hits for Houston, 3 for Chicago. Quite a pitcher's duel today involving 3 Astros pitchers, Ortiz, Burdack, and Arias. Burdack struck out the only man he faced for Kodome. Then Arias got lead. Runners at first and third to end the top of the 6th. Now he delivers strike 1 to Hoffpower. Hoffpower has fly to center and struck out. Those youngsters avidly eating the cotton candy. Chris Sampson worked 2 innings last night, getting the win in the 2-1 victory. Breaking ball gets a swing from Hoffpower, 0-2. So Arias finds himself here in the 7th inning with a 1-run lead. Sampson threw 28 pitches just a few hours ago.
Now, Chris did not work the day before, but he has worked a lot in recent days.
1 ball, 2 strikes. This is the 14th appearance for Arias. Breaks off another. The appeal goes to third. Check swing call by Paul Schreiber, and it's 2-2. Sampson with 28 appearances leads the club. And Troy Hawkins has 26. Tim Burdack with 26 now as well. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Alberto Arias found himself in some tight ball games back in May for the Astros. And now in another situation like that.
Now you got to make sure you throw a strike here.
It's sky to center. Michael Bourne headed way back toward Taos Hill. Backpedaling up. He falls and he catches it.
How about that? That's a dandy.
What an incredible play. Backpedaling and falling over, and Michael Bourne makes the catch on Taos Hill.
Oh, yeah. Great concentration. Whoop, I got it.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Several years ago, Lance Berkman made a falling catch up on that hill.
Yeah, that's the challenge, you know, just trying to backpedal up that hill while tracking the ball.
Strike 1 to Fontenot. The crowd buzzing over that. And Carlos Lee shooting something over there verbally Michael's way. That was fun. Everybody but Michael. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fontenot's 1 for 2. A game like this, that ball gets loose on the hill and all kinds of stuff happens.
It's a leadoff triple. And the Astros worked around the first and third nobody out situation, lasted in the likelihood that they pull it off twice. Not very good. That's a huge play.
Hoffpower hit that ball about 410 feet. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Berto gets good run on his fastball and typically good sinking action as well.
Now 3-2 again.
That front shoulder closed. Don't try to throw the perfect pitch. Just throw a good curveball there is what Pudge was asking of him. Try to overthrow it and you fly open and spin a sloppy one up there.
Alberto, 25 years old. He came on waivers from Colorado last July 31st. Still 3-2. Giants nothing. Diamondbacks nothing in the bottom of the 2nd in Arizona. Jonathan Sanchez against Max Scherzer today. There's a 1-out walk. Fontenot is aboard for Coy Hill. 4th walk for Astros pitchers today. The paid attendance is 34,250. Hill bounced into a double play to Tejada's right in the second inning and grounded out to Berkman in the fifth. Jeff Fulcino is warming up for Houston. Strike to Coy Hill. Giovanni Soto caught the first 2 games of the series. Soto homered last night.
Wow. Wow. Talk about some movement. This moves like a split finger pitch, but it's a sinker. 92 miles an hour, just diving. And Hill looking for something he can pull. It's got double play written all over it if he makes contact.
Arias is a pretty intriguing guy in the Astros bullpen. And he gets a strikeout of Hill. 2 outs.
That, you know, you're having success, don't change it. He just kept throwing that sinker, and Hill kept pulling off. One good sinking fastball after another. Fondo down there at first base, not a real stolen base threat. He's stolen 2 this year. He's been caught once.
Andres Blanco 0 for 2. Pitcher spot 2 up next. Here's ball 1. Dempster in the on deck circle, but in the bullpen there's Aaron Heilman. Phillies and the Mets play tonight at Citi Field. Jamie Moyer versus Tim Redding. Cincinnati's at Washington late this afternoon. Micah Owings versus John Lannon. Bouncer right side. Berkman can't field it. Keppinger does to Arias. That's a nice play by Keppinger. 4-1 to end the top of the 7th. No runs, no hits. Michael Bourne had the play of the day so far. It is 1-0 Astros. Ortiz, 5 1/3 shutout innings, a streak of 17 2/3 now. He was 2 for 2 as a hitter. Mike Hampton had a 2-hit game earlier this year. Carlos Lee had the sac fly in the first for the only run. The Astros bullpen has worked 1 2/3 hitless innings. Cubs have left runners on first and third with no outs in the 6th inning. And they had first and third, 1 out in the 2nd. Ryan Dempster probably beginning his last inning of work. He's due to lead off in the 8th. This is Pudge Rodriguez.
Yeah, it'll be a pinch hitter and then the lineup turning over for the Cubs. So it sure would be nice to throw a little insurance run on the board. So Cubs starting pitchers in this series now have allowed 2 runs. 6 2/3 scoreless from Lilly. 8 innings of 1-run baseball from Zambrano. And Dempster allowing just a 1-run through 6.
Fly ball left center field. Fukudome heading back toward the wall. Still moving toward the warning track. 1 long out.
Yeah, but try backpedaling up the hill and making that play. A pretty nice jump. Long loping strides. Pudge got it pretty good, but that's a big part of the yard out there.
Pitcher spot due up next. Chris Sampson in the bullpen for Houston. Darren Erstad getting ready. Firestone in-game box score showing you the Astros lineup today. Total of 6 hits for Houston, 3 for Chicago. Jeff Keppinger is 0 for 2. He looks at strike 1. Detroit and the White Sox have been in a rain delay for a while now in Chicago. Unable to get started. Minnesota and Oakland 0-0. Top of the 4th in Oakland. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dempster could be pitching the 7th game this year in which he's allowed 2 runs or less. One ball, 2 strikes. This could be the 8th consecutive quality start for Cubs starters. And yeah, as you told us, Lilly, very good. Tuesday night did not give up a run. Zambrano gave up 1 last night. Got a no decision. Cubs lost it 2-1 in the bottom of the ninth. Now Dempster once again pitching well enough to be a winning pitcher. And he's got a chance to do that, and knowing that this will be his last inning and he'll be leaving for a pinch hitter. If he goes hard here, his club could rally and give him the lead. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. That would be a little extra incentive for Dempster as he nears 100 pitches for the day. Smacked into left field. Keppinger's 1 for 3. And Erstad will pinch hit now for Arias.
Keppinger's had good at bats this afternoon. Last time up, he hit the ball pretty well to right field after working a deep count. And this time he gets a pitch in the zone. And we talked about the Astro hitters today playing into Dempster's game a little bit, chasing a lot of pitches out of the zone. Not just swings and misses, but a lot of the balls they put in play have been pitches either up out of the zone or off the plate away. But Keppinger, for the most part, has swung at strikes and rewarded with a 1-out knock there.
Erstad tries to keep it going here after Ortiz got 2 hits from the 9th spot. He's at 132, no homers, 3 runs batted in. Erstad trying to snap an 0 for 17. It spans 14 games, so usually it's 1 at bat as a pinch hitter for Darren, and that's his only shot. This is the most games for him without a hit in his career. Most at bats without a hit is 19 back in 98 and early 99 for Darren. But he'd love to come through here and put all that to rest. Runner going, swing and a miss. Coy Hill's throw there. Terrio with the tag. Keppinger caught stealing. 2-6.
I'm guessing that's a hit and run play. They wouldn't go straight steal with Keppinger. And they're looking for contact from Erstad, probably guessing that he'd get a fastball to swing at, and Dempster crossed him up, threw him a good split finger pitch, and he came up empty.
No balls and a strike. Now it's 1-1. Roberto Arias in 1 1/3 innings allowed no hits, no runs. He walked 1 and fanned 1. Two balls and a strike. Blackburn pitching today for the Twins at Oakland against Trevor Cahill. 100 pitches broken down by inning. 23 in the first when he gave up the run with 2 hits and a sac fly. Great movement there on the split finger. Takes it to 2-2.
Dempster's been a little bit better this year against left-handed hitters than righties, and that's the reason why. That's just nasty.
Little number. Dempster to lead. In the seventh, no runs, a hit, nobody left. 1-0 Houston. And Allison Footer will have highlights and analysis. The series preview of the Arizona Diamondbacks series starting tomorrow night, and Cecil Cooper will be along for his comments about today's game on Astros Live right after the game. 1-0. The Astros have out-hit the Cubs 7-3, and they lead it as they go to the bullpen again. And it's Chris Sampson, pitcher number 4, coming in. And last night he was the winner with 2 scoreless innings. They'll be facing pinch hitter Aaron Miles.
Yeah, it's been a real nice year for Chris Sampson so far. 3 wins, 3 saves, a .170 ERA. He's not allowed a run since May 27th at Cincinnati. 7 scoreless here in the month of June. And he's worked a lot frequently, but obviously gave Dewey Robinson the thumbs up earlier today, probably when asked about his availability. How you feeling, big guy? Well, probably give you an inning.
Miles pitch hitting for Dempster, takes strike 1. Miles went 1 for 4 in last night's game. Just came off the disabled list. He's 1 for 7 in his career against Chris Sampson. Taps that one up the middle, backhanded Keppinger, and he throws off balance. Good play, 1 out. Dempster in 7 innings allowed the Astros 7 hits, 1 run, did not walk anybody, and fanned 4.
Astros flashing some leather here this afternoon. Good play there by Keppinger.
Yes, they have been. They played not only Earl's ball, but they've made a number of outstanding plays. The double play Tejada started with Keppinger the middleman in the 2nd inning on Hill. And the double play in the 3rd. Bourne's catch falling down backwards in center. Soriano's 1 for 3. And it's ball 1. Sampson, when he came in last night in the 8th inning, came in with the Astros and Cubs tied 1-1. Gave up 2 singles in the 8th. Then he struck out Fukudome to get out of trouble. Tejada goes out Soriano, 2 outs. Soriano continues to be slowed by his leg problems, giving the infielders a little bit more time. Ryan Theriot is 0 for 3. The strikeout of Theriot in the 6th inning by Ortiz. One of the big outs in this game. The runners at 1st and 3rd and nobody out, and the count went full.
Yep, and he chased a high fastball, and then Fukudome came up there. Burdack came out of the pen and punched him out.
Strike to Terrio. Troy Hawkins is warming up for Houston. Sampson bounces that one. It's 1-1. 6 straight scoreless appearances for Chris. Covering 8 innings of work. His ERA down to 1.70, the lowest on the staff. He's given up 1 earned run in his last 12 2/3.
He's pitched 23 1/3 innings prior to today in this ballpark this season and allowed 2 runs. Loving life here at Minute Maid Park.
Yes. Strike makes it 2-2. The Astros would hope to pad their lead in the bottom of the 8th.
Elevated that fastball, but got it out over the outside corner. They play Terrio a little bit the other way in the outfield. Bourne shaded towards right center. Carlos well off the line and left.
Struck out Terrio, and that was a 9-pitch 8th inning for Chris Sampson. The Astros maintain their 1-0 lead through 7.5. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Throwback baseball here in a brand new park. Well, it's the 10th year, but it seems new. But here it is, a 1-0 game after last night. The Astros won 2-1. Aaron Miles stays in to play second base. He's in the 9th spot. The pitcher Carlos Marmol in the 8th spot in the order. And Blanco has moved to shortstop. So those are the moves the Cubs are making here with Ryan Terrio coming out of the game. Terrio struck out 3 times, going 0 for 4. Carlos Marmol has had big time control issues. When he throws strikes, he's been really tough this year, JD.
Yeah, he's awfully tough to hit. He's got outstanding stuff. You see just a 157 batting average against, so you got to be patient because if you wait him out, you got a pretty good chance of drawing a walk. He's issued 27 free passes this year.
Back to Michael Bourne. So Barry Rothschild hoping that Marmol can restore his form to top form like it was last year when he was in 82 games. with a 2.68 ERA. Michael Bourne in the air, left center field. Fukudome calling. One out in the home 8th inning. A correction now on the batting order. The pitcher Marmol is in the number 2 position in the lineup because Blanco moved over from second base to shortstop. Terrio leaving. There's Marmol in the 2 spot, and Blanco and Miles at the bottom of the order there. Which will mean Fukudome, Lee, and Hoffpower are due up in the 9th inning. Miguel Tejada with 1 hit today, 1 for 3. There's ball 1 with Hunter Pence on deck. Marmol has been exceptionally tough on the Astros. His ERA against them is 0 this year for 5 games, 5 scoreless innings. 1 ball, 1 strike. In his last 20 2/3 innings against the Astros, he's given up 4 hits and no runs, covering 19 appearances. He survived a Tejada leadoff double here on May 7th. Didn't give up a run. Ground ball to second. Miles, 2 outs.
Well, if you can't watch your Astros, you can always catch the game on your computer with MLB.TV, featuring 100 out-of-market games per week, and you can catch those you missed on demand. Find it at Astros.com. All-Star voting underway, of course. You can do that at Astros.com as well.
Marmol versus Pence now. Next game coming tomorrow night from Arizona. Pence is struck out, fly to left, and bounced to shortstop. Fouled into the upper deck for strike 1. They were screaming above us. Sounded like a roller coaster ride, JD.
Oh no, it's coming our way. What do we do?
Rockies 3, Brewers nothing. Bottom of the 7th at Miller Park. Aaron Cook went the first 6. Now Matt Daly's in for Colorado. It's 1-1.
Gallardo today for the Brewers.
Yes.
He's pitching well, but he's on the wrong side of the decision now. It's 3-1 now.
Shortstop is over. Blanco for this one. And Marmol continues what he's been doing for a long time to the Houston Astros, stringing together zeros. 1-0 Astros moving to the 9th. Your Texas Ford dealers. By Texaco with Techron. And by Bud Light. LaTroy Hawkins is in. Lou Piniella came out. Apparently the bullpen phones are no longer working for the Cubs. And that was a problem last night as well. But the Astros bullpen phone rang, and LaTroy Hawkins was sent in to be pitcher number 5. Jason Michaels also coming into this game to play left field and bat fourth. So if this game does go to the bottom of the ninth, he will lead it off. And Hawkins comes in trying for save number 9.
Yeah, 1-2, 2.55 ERA, 8 out of 10 in save chances for LaTroy. And we talk a lot about the some saves come easier than others. This fall into the category of a toughie. You're protecting a 1-0 lead. We got 3, 4, 5 due up for the opposition.
Yosuke Fukudome is 3. He is 0 for 2 with a walk. Long and even with the bag. There's strike 1 for LaTroy after Chris Sampson has a 1-2-3-8 with a strikeout. Marvelous relief pitching by the Astros from Burdack area. Sampson so far. Hitless baseball for 2 2/3. 1 ball, 1 strike. The last 16 games, Astros relievers have an ERA of 2.10. Hawkins got the save on Sunday in the 6-4 win over Pittsburgh, giving up 2 hits and 1 run in 1 inning. That was his most recent appearance. It's 2-1. Fans are grumbling behind home plate.
You know, and Ed Rapuana behind the plate today has been very consistent, but he's been fairly tight. You know, it's in his great, well-pitched game. It's not like he's giving the pitchers a lot of leeway back there.
2-2. LaTroy Hawkins was a Cub in 04. Saved 25 games for them that year. Popped it by Fukudome upstairs there at 95. Cubs go back home to play the Twins. They play 15 of their next 16 against the American League teams. Time call now by Fukudome. Pirates have already won today. The Astros trying to stay tied with them and gain a game on first place Milwaukee, which is losing at home. Fouled away. Cardinals won their game at Florida 6-5. Could almost put these NL Central teams in a big bag right now and toss them around. They're that close together. The Astros trying to complete a 7-3 homestand and move to 27-31. Now it's 3-2 to Fukudome with Lee on deck. Jose Valverde could be rejoining the Astros this weekend in Arizona. Due to pitch again tonight at Corpus Christi. He'll take a day off Friday. That's foul. Azul Matsui is due to play 3 more games at Corpus Christi and then rejoin the Astros at Arlington.
Fukudome gets out on that front foot and has a tendency to pull off the ball, that front shoulder, leaking towards first base. And a high fastball out away from him last time up that he took a wild swing at for strike 3. Just got a piece of that one.
Another foul ball. Keeps the count full. 34,250 bought tickets for this game. They've been entertained by excellent pitching. This will be the 9th pitch for LaTroy Hawkins. He'll take a little walk before he delivers it. Another foul ball. Fukudome has walked more than he's struck out this season.
Doesn't want to come off that fastball and risk walking him. You've got to be careful. You keep elevating that fastball away. And we've seen a lot of left-handed hitters get beat by a fastball behind it. And just punch it into the Crawford boxes.
To the second. Keppinger to Berkman. 1 out. Now Derek Lee. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. The 8 saves for Hawkins this year, the most he's had since that 0-4 season as the Cubs closer. Filling in quite capably for the injured Valverde, who is really anxious to get back. Lee is 1 for 5 against Latroy. Strike 1 to D. Lee. Cubs were held to 1 run on 7 hits last night. A Soto homer in the second inning. It's 1-1. That's 15 straight innings since the Cubs last scored. They've been shut out 4 times this season. In the air, foul and out of play. 1-2. The Astros have pitched 2 shutouts this year.
It's like a soccer match.
It really is.
They scored that 1 goal early, but just a whole bunch of goose eggs up there on that board.
Wandy Rodriguez started both of those Astros shutout wins. Here over Cincinnati, April 18th, and here over San Diego, May 8th. A 7-0 win and a 2-0 win. Pudge Rodriguez goes out. Nothing ball games, very rare in this day and age of high-scoring Major League Baseball. Astros Live will follow. To right field, Hunter Pence back. He's out of room. That one is a home run by Derek Lee to tie this game 1-1. Number 7 of the year for Lee, giving him 25 runs batted in.
Well, Latroy Hawkins has done such a nice job for the Astros this year. With Valverde out of action and due to come back shortly. Unfortunate here that Latroy couldn't finish this one off, and that's the one chink in his armor. He's more of a fly ball guy, so protecting that 1-run lead, you're always wary of the long ball.
That home run hit by Derek Lee, another $10,000 has been raised to support prostate cancer research. Now a fly ball to Michael Bourne in center by Hoffpower. And it's caught by Jason Michaels in left center. To make a donation, you can call 800-798-CURE or go online to www.pcf.org. 2 outs now, and it's Fontenot. Fontenot is 1 for 2 with a walk. And now Jason Michaels will lead off in the bottom of the 9th inning, to be followed by Berkman and Blum.
Well, at least Lance, or maybe Lance, will get one more shot at home run number 300 while we're home.
Yeah.
Unless Michaels plays the trick.
Strike to Fontenot.
First things first, let's finish out the Cubs here in the ninth.
That gets Dempster off the hook and removes the possibility of a win for Ortiz. It was Lee's 7th career homer in this ballpark. No balls, 2 strikes. With a 1-2 pitch out to right field. Those long arms, he can generate a lot of power the other way. Fontenot fouls it.
I remember Lee hitting many balls to right field like that. I've seen hit in the alley and right center quite a bit. I've seen him hit many true off-field home runs.
Came into this game a .235 career hitter here at Minute Maid. Reed Johnson is on deck. Troy Hill is due up next. And tight, and it's 1-2 to Fontenot.
Shooting for that inside corner. And just a little bit off the plate in there. Be careful with this kid too. He's got a little pop.
Struck him out. With 1 out, Derek Lee's home run to right field tied it. It's 1-1 in the ninth. Tonight 2-1 in the bottom of the ninth on a Jeff Blum game-winning single to center field. He was batting with the bases loaded and 1 out. Now it'll be Jason Michaels leading it off. Lance Berkman due up second, and then Jeff Blum. And Michaels, who came in defensively for Carlos Lee, is in the cleanup spot coming up for the first time. Carlos Marmol disposed of the Astros briskly with a 1-2-3-8. They have not touched him in a long time.
Jason's first at bat in this series. And he's got to turn the notch up a little bit to catch up with Marmol.
Strike 1 on the inner part of the plate.
And a little drop down delivery, and then he comes with the slider. So difficult to contend with.
19 straight appearances for Marmol without allowing a Houston run. He's ahead 0-2. The last time he gave up a run to the Astros, he was a starter in Chicago in July of 06 against Roy Oswalt.
He is due. He's overdue to give one up. Oh my.
That's strike 3. 4 straight retired by Marmol.
Fans booing Jason, but this is a tough proposition for a right-handed hitter with that drop-down delivery, and you've got to be ready to hit the 97-mile-an-hour heater. And if he has command of that slider and is able to throw it for strikes, it's almost impossible.
Lance Berkman doubled to left in the 6th inning after striking out and lining to second. He's hit the ball well twice today. He is 2 for 9 with a homer off Marmol. That homer came back in July of 06. It's ball 1. This place will erupt if he hits a home run here. Marmol 1 strikeout away from 300 for his career. Berkman 1 homer away for 300 in his. 1-1. Carlos, 26 years old, from the Dominican. He was a catcher and outfielder. Converted to pitching in 02.
And one slider after another. And that one a perfectly placed slider, breaking down below the knees.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Jeff Blum on deck. It's a full count.
They're not promoting the movie yet. Begging for the Puma to hit one.
If he does, it's going to send them into an absolute frenzy. Ball 4 puts Berkman on with 1 out here in the 9th inning for Jeff Blum.
And it's more likely the way you're going to get to Marmol is with a walk and a couple of knocks. Here's the game winner last night. Just fought off a pitch, lined it into center. Tejada came home with the game winner. Marmol's allowed just 1 home run this year in 27 in the 3rd innings, but he's walked a bunch of guys. No surprise there that Berkman, who's always among the league leaders drawing walks, able to work one there.
So 28 walks in his 29th inning for Marmol, and it's Blum 1 for 3. Looking at ball 1. Pudge Rodriguez would be next. First, Miles is playing around on the pull side for Blum, and Blanco shading up the middle. Strike, and it's 1-1. Coming into this season, many thought that Marmol would claim the closer spot after Kerry Wood left through free agency to Cleveland. Marmol had 7 saves and 9 opportunities last year. He had 30 holds as well. Big strikeout numbers last year. 2 balls and a strike. Kevin Gregg has claimed that closer job, but Marmol has been very good at setting him up.
Angel Guzman, who the Astros beat last night, has also pitched very well for the Cubs. Lou Piniella meeting with Marmol a day or so ago, just to reassure him that he's still his 8th inning guy despite the control issues. He's walked 9 guys in his last 6 appearances, 6 innings, 9 walks. Got to be patient.
Blum is, and it's 3-1 now. Last night's loss for the Cubs was their 8th in their opponent's final at bat of the year. Drill to right field. Off power in for the catch. On a liner by Blum for out number 2. Pudge Rodriguez follows.
You can tell by Jeff's reaction he didn't get it. Good looking swing, just maybe down off the end of the bat a little bit.
Rodriguez has rolled out, struck out, and hit a fly ball to center. 0 for 4 in his career against Marmol. Keppinger on deck. There's an electric fastball for strike 1, 95 miles per hour. Out on the black. Fukudome shading toward right center. Now it's 0-2 for Marmol. Pitch out, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Thinking that perhaps Lance Berkman was of a mind with 2 strikes on Pudge. Just gamble and try to steal second base. Not a bad idea. It didn't cost the Cubs anything on 0-2 to try that pitch out.
Two and two. 27 pitches so far for this young right-hander. Pitcher spot in the number 2 position in the Cubs lineup right now. Line foul.
Left that slider in the inner half and down a little bit. Pudge with a real nice swing. Cubs a little bit better position if this game moves into extra innings, and that the Astros had to go to their pen early. Murdoch, Arias, Sampson have all been used. Hawkins now in the ball game. Now back for the Cubs. Marmol, the only guy to come out of their pen so far after 7 solid innings from Ryan Dempster.
Cubs bullpen has the fewest innings pitched of any bullpen in the majors. Here to right field, hot power comes in. Extra innings today from Houston. It's no runs, no hits, and a man left after 9. Cubs won, Astros won. Pinch hitting. So Troy Hawkins in this 1-1 game. We'll work to the 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Cubs. Miles in the number 9 spot. Coy Hill due to lead off, as you see. Then Blanco. And Bradley's out there to pinch hit for somebody. We'll wait to see what develops here in this 1-1 game. The Cubs getting the tying 9th inning homer from Derek Lee with 1 out. Off of Troy Hawkins. So now Hawk comes back out for his 2nd inning. And he would be due to bat second in the bottom half of the frame. Bradley is the pinch hitter for Coy Hill. Hill was 0 for 3. Bradley's been bothered by some leg miseries recently. Missed about a week. Came back. 209, 5 homers, 14 runs batted in. He came out for early hitting Tuesday and talked his way into the lineup, but then he went 0 for 6. 3 strikeouts, a double play ball, and 2 foul pops. And Bradley last night was 1 for 4 in the game.
His base hit an infield single. Wasn't really all that well hit. So he's had a lot of ugly at bats in this series, but obviously a very talented hitter and a guy who can really work the count and to draw you a walk. Maybe part of what Lou Piniella is thinking here is kind of one of those guys who can draw a walk, or if you move him the fastball, hit it a long ways.
Bradley takes it, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike count. Bradley 1 for 13 on the Cubs road trip.
Giovanni Soto is the main catcher for the Cubs. He'll come into the catching now with Hill leading the game. Soto likely will bat second for Marmol if that spot comes up in this inning.
The Astros are 2-2 in extra innings. Cubs are 3-4. Broken bat. A single to left field for Bradley. The barrel of the bat lines up behind the mound. Bradley, the pinch hitter, comes through to get something started here in the 10th.
A little half swing on a slider that was moving in on him. It's enough of it. That just stinks. I'll see how the Cubs played here with Blanco. Bunts in order. Bradley's had some leg and groin issues and not running particularly well the other night. Had a couple of real nice plays in right field, however.
He sure did. Blanco, 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Finds Plum creeping in on the grass at third. Wanting first base side to Hawkins. Takes a glance at second. Throwing to Keppinger. Sacrifice from 1 to 4. Bradley to second.
Watching Bradley, he was running just fine between first and second. Great bunt here by Blanco. Squares early, perfect fundamentals. No other option but first base.
Aaron Miles gets a shot now with a runner in scoring position. Miles grounded out in the 8th inning as a pinch hitter, staying in to play second. He's 2 for 4 in his career against Hawkins. Miles, a former Astro farmhand. The earlier 10-inning game between these two teams went to Houston 3-2 in the 10th on the 7th of April. Second game of the year here on a Keppinger game winner.
It will be interesting if they get Miles here and Soriano comes up, because he got that game winner against the Astros over in Wrigley, and at the time first base was open, and Coop after the game said, hey, same situation, I'd do the same thing. They may get that opportunity.
Bradley dancing off second. Slashed out of play. 4 balls, 2 strikes to Aaron Miles. They're now 32. He was a Cardinal last year, hitting .317 for them. Signing as a free agent with the Cubs. He's from California. The Astros drafted him in '95 in the 19th round. Then he was taken away in the Rule 5 minor league draft, with the White Sox drafting him in 2000, and then trading him to Colorado. On to St. Louis in another trade. Miles punches one on the ground. Blum to his left. Moves to Berkman. 2 outs. Bradley taking third. And it's Soriano now. Soriano 1 for 4.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Coop decides to play it with Soriano. The difference in this game is that the next hitter will be a pinch hitter, be somebody coming off the bench fresh, as opposed to somebody who's in the game. Over in Chicago, I think it was Ryan Theriot on deck, and Coop just felt like he had a better chance of getting swings and misses from Soriano than he did Theriot, so he went after Alfonso Soriano. He delivered the game winner. Situation a little bit different here in that the Cubs will use a pinch hitter next.
Reed Johnson. Soriano with that game-winning single to right off Hawkins on May 16th at Chicago. Will not get a chance to do that again here. He also homered off Hawkins here on the 7th of April. And it'll be Reed Johnson pinch hitting for Marmol.
Yeah, I thought they would use Soto here, because you got to bring your catcher into the game anyway to replace Hill. So Lou Piniella using a lot of bullets trying to get this go-ahead run in the 10th.
Sure is.
So Soto's got to come into the game. So basically depleting his bench by using Reed Johnson here. And Soto were not hitting 210 or whatever it is he's hitting. He probably would be the batter here. The only other bench player available aside from Soto now is Bobby Scales.
Johnson 275 for 102 at bats, 3 homers, 15 runs batted in. As a pinch hitter, he's 1 for 8 this season. Carlos Marmol in 2 innings allowed no hits, no runs. He had 1 walk and 1 strikeout. Cubs are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position today. They're hitting .233 this season with men in scoring position. Johnson 246 against right-handers. All 3 of his homers have come off righties.
He seems to have a knack in these situations. Seems like he shows up a lot on the highlight reels.
Yeah.
Delivering big hits late for the Cubs.
He has done that. A good pinch hitter in his career. Formerly with the Toronto Blue Jays. Up the right field line. Hunter Pence digging over into foul ground. That will drop into the seats. 1 ball, 1 strike to Reed Johnson, who drove in 3 against the Astros back on the 6th of May.
Well, Chris Sampson worked 2 innings yesterday, an inning today. LaTroy Hawkins now has thrown 34 pitches, so you've used a lot of resources trying to win this ball game. I wonder if this might accelerate Jose Valverde's arrival in Arizona, because wasn't the plan originally Saturday?
Yes.
So it might activate him for tomorrow.
Good. Popped up foul. Lance Berkman over. They really have room. Yes. He reaches over and snags it. Right out of the Astros dugout. To end the top of the 10th inning with no runs ahead. 2 men left. Astros fans hope they see a winner here in the bottom of the 10th. It's tied 1-1. Lee. The Astros had gotten a first inning sac fly from Carlos Lee. Now Giovanni Soto goes in to do the catching here for the bottom of the 10th inning. And it's an entirely new battery with Kevin Gregg, the closer, working at home 10th. He has 10 saves and 12 tries, a 4.62 ERA.
And when the Astros last saw Kevin Gregg in Chicago, they cuffed him around. He didn't retire anybody, allowed 4 hits, 4 runs, and a couple of long ones. He was roundly booed at Wrigley Field on that occasion. For the most part, he's gotten the job done for the Cubs this year, despite that high ERA. This stuff, not quite the stuff that Marmol brings to the table. Had a little bit better command, and this year a lot better command. Marmol being so wild. Fastball, curveball, slider, changeup.
Jeff Keppinger singled in the 7th. He's 1 for 3. It's strike one. Edwin Masonette is on deck. Gregg has a high career ERA at Minute Maid Park for 9 games, 7.27. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Keppinger. Michael Bourne due to bat third in the inning. Fastball misses the mark. It's 2 balls and a strike. Keppinger was a hero here with that game-winning broken bat single against the Cubs, April 7th. Looks at that one for strike 2. Jeff Fulcino warming up for Houston.
A little bit unorthodox. Most managers would not use their closer on the road in a tie game. I'm not sure about Guzman's availability out there, but they have a number of other pitchers, and they'll probably ask you for a couple innings from Kevin Gregg here this afternoon. 2 chances to win this game.
Gregg's given up 5 earned runs in 3 innings to the Astros in 5 appearances. Roller up the middle. Blanco makes a good play on it.
And impressive how Blanco came so hard yet under control to gobble up that slow ground ball. You see it here. He fists Keppinger. Blanco really coming quickly. Fancy little footwork there to get himself in a good position to make that throw.
Matt Cata's a pinch hitter now. Cata comes up after LaTroy Hawkins goes 2 innings, giving up 2 hits, 1 run, with 1 walk, and that was intentional, and 1 strikeout. Cata looks at a strike. Cata's had 8 at bats as an Astro with no hits so far. He's 0 for 4 pinch hitting. 1 ball, 1 strike. Carlos Zambrano is among those watching. Cata started last night at second base, going 0 for 3.
I kind of agree with what Lou Piniell's doing. I don't know what the shape of his bullpen is in. We talked about how managers generally don't use their closer on the road in a tie game. They prefer to save him. Most do for a safe situation in case his club gets the lead, maybe 2 innings down the road from now. But I think it makes sense that once you get into an extra inning game, who gives me my best chance of putting a 0 on the board? And if you got a guy who's capable of giving me a couple innings, I think that's the play.
Kevin Gregg will turn 31 on the 20th of this month. Pass to diving Fontenot. A pinch single by Cata for his first hit as an Astro. That gets a fan stirred up with a 1-out single here in the home 10th.
Good line drive single to left field. All about the hands there. Just real quiet lower body. Just use the hands. Not trying to hit the ball 500 feet.
Michael Bourne opened the Astros first with a double. Came around to score on the Lee sac fly. He's 1 for 4. Looking at strike one. Miguel Tejada's on deck. That game in Chicago, JD mentioned the Cubs won at 5-4, but Greg came in the 9th inning, giving up back-to-back homers to Berkman and Lee. And then singles to Tejada and Pence. He hit a batter and then left the game. Giving up 4 hits and 4 runs. Not retiring anybody. No balls, 2 strikes. The Cubs got a run on the Soriano hit in the bottom of the 9th to win it 5-4. Ouch.
Pinella can't afford to have Soto get hurt. He's already pinch hit for Coy Hill, who started the game behind the plate.
Bourne swings and misses for out number 2.
Greg elevates that fastball, and Michael just can't lay off.
Tejada's the batter. He got a hit in the first inning. He's 1 for 4. Gets an additional opportunity here for hit number 2,000 of his career.
If he gets number 2,000, we'll party like it's 1999. Especially if it leaves the ballpark.
Yeah, you bet. He's 5 for 8 against Greg. Looking at ball 1 upstairs. Arizona got a run in the 3rd, leads San Francisco 1-0 in the bottom of the 6th. Justin Upton hit home run number 12. Colorado leads at Milwaukee 5-1 in the top of the 9th now. Strike for Greg.
Interesting to contrast styles. Consider Jose Valverde when he's out there closing off a game and how much energy and emotion he displays. And Greg couldn't be further in the opposite direction. Very stoic. He's professorial out there with the glasses on.
Tejada fouls it. Now 1-2. Tejada won this ball game with a home run. Greeting at home plate on the game-winning home run by Tejada on June 2nd.
Did he get 2 of those in 1 homestand?
Well, that was in the 11th inning off Colorado. So, how about one more time?
Why not? We're not beyond begging here.
And came off Josh Fogg.
Had that one last year against the Cardinals.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the year to right field.
1 ball, 2 strikes to him. This bouncer goes foul with Hunter Pence on deck. Still 1-2 to Miggy. Max Scherzer of the Diamondbacks has a beauty going. 1-0 Arizona over San Francisco in the 6th.
And tough to get a scouting report on a hitter who does that. Hits that ball pretty much as it's about to bounce on home plate.
Astros have had 3 walk-off wins this year. Bounce slowly to shortstop. Blanco in, and he doesn't have a play here. What's the ruling?
Probably ruling a base hit, but certainly a play that should have been made. Blanco looked like he was trying to get around that ball as if he was opting to get the force at second base. With the 2 outs and the base runner moving with the swing. Normally you think about going to first, but he takes a funky little route to this ball. And then realizes first is his only option, can't get the clean handle on it. And Hunter Pence with an opportunity to win this ball game.
It's hit number 2,000 for Miguel Tejada. 18th among active players to reach the 2,000 plateau. And Hunter Pence bats. He is 0 for 4. Ground ball to shortstop. Blanco with a toss to Miles. The 10th inning ends, so now we're getting an error on the board. So no 2,000th hit for Tejada. And after 10, it's tied 1-1. On Blanco. So now it's Jeff Fulcino coming in a 1-1 game with 4 scoreless innings this month. Last one allowed May 21st against Milwaukee. He's 1-1 and just got his first major league win. He's pitched in 16 games with the Astros. 6
consecutive scoreless appearances now for Jeff. In those 6 outings, he's worked 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the 3rd innings of scoreless baseball. Really settling in, doing a nice job, chipping away at that earned run average.
Kosuke Fukudome leads it off in the 11th inning. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. Fulcino got the victory Sunday against the Pirates, 6-4. Came in with the bases loaded, 2 of those runners scoring to tie the game. Strike 1 to Fukudome, and the Astros won it. And he was the recipient of his first major league win.
Catcher, obviously, such a valuable piece as you approach opposing hitters, but more so in games like this. You get late and you're afraid of relievers come out of the pen. The catcher is the one constant who knows what the opposing hitters have been doing, how they've been reacting to certain pitches, what they handle, don't handle. Especially when you've got young pitchers on the mound who don't have a lot of experience facing these hitters.
Fulcino, who's 29, just got his first major league win in his 29th major league appearance. Upstairs, he gets the swing and a miss, and Fukudome fans 1 out in the 11th.
It's some ugly hacks here today.
Yeah. Derek Lee did not have an ugly hack in the 9th inning on that 1-2 pitch from LaTroy Hawkins. He homered to right field to tie the game 1-1.
And depending on your perspective.
That's true. Pops this one over to Jeff Blum at third. 2 outs for Fulchino. And Micah Hoffpower will bat. Hoffpower's 0 for 4. Michael Bourne made the tumbling catch on him in the 7th inning. Rockies 5, Brewers 1, top of the 9th inning in Milwaukee. And the Astros could be just a few minutes away from having the opportunity to slash a game off Milwaukee's lead. They could be only 5 games out if they can win this one. Pittsburgh has already won to move up a notch if they get the opportunity with that Milwaukee loss. There's ball 1 to Hoffpower.
Rockies hang on and beat the Brewers. It will be their 8th consecutive win.
It's 2-0. We were sensing that they might have some benchings among their everyday players, the way things were going when they were here playing the Astros. Could be a broken bat, but it's into right field for a single for Hoffpower. 2-out hit, keeps the Cubs alive.
He went about 420 to straightaway center for an out. Now he breaks his bat as he's fooled by the split finger pitch and gets a knock out of it. Yeah. Good pitch there by Fulchino. Dangerous hitter, 2-0, sitting on a fastball. And he fooled him. He had him out in front, but the ball just stayed up a little bit.
Fontenot singled in the 2nd inning. He walked in the 7th. 1 for 3 for Mike. He looks at ball 1. Soto, the catcher's on deck. It's 2-0 now. Fulchino has worked at least 3 innings on 2 different occasions this year. This is his 3rd stint with the Astros this season. Falling behind 3-0 now to Fontenot.
Yeah, and cannot assume that he doesn't have the green light here. I mean, you got to throw him a fastball anyway. You got to take your chances. It looked like he was taken all the way. And he will not be here. We're not happy with the call.
3-1. He's not too subtle most of the time. Foul back, and it's a full count now with 2 outs, and the runner gets to move on the pitch. Fulchino was born in Florida, lives in Connecticut now. Last year he was with Kansas City for a dozen games, 25 games at AAA Omaha, and a couple games at AA Northwest Arkansas.
Pudge stepping out behind home plate. They moved Lance behind Hoffpower down there at first base. Pudge would prefer they hold him, and Lance just moves in and shadows him a little bit. You don't want to give him a running lead, make it easy for him to score on a double.
He's going, and it's hit in the air to left field. Jason Michaels back, turning, and right there on the warning track for the 3rd out. No runs, a hit, a runner left, middle of the 11th inning. Cubs 1, Astros 1. 7th inning, and Lance Berkman and Jeff Blum due to bat.
It ends here, Brownie.
Okay.
Astros win right here in the bottom of the 11th.
What's your scenario? Do you have one?
No, I keep thinking that the fates are just that Lance is going to get that 300th home run, and that's why this whole extra innings thing is happening.
Okay.
I don't know that for sure.
J. Mike is 2 for 5 with a homer off Kevin Gregg. He could wrap it up right here. Good breaking ball for strike one. And that would be really nice for Jason Michaels. He's made only 5 starts this year. And Darren Erstad usually gets their at-bats one at a time. 1 ball, 1 strike. But you know, the outfielders have played so well for the Astros. All 3 of them. And they've been in and day out. Occasionally Michael Bourne will get a rest.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the playing time of your bench players not necessarily be tied to the performance of your everyday players. No matter how well they're going, you've got to find opportunities to get these guys some at bats, or they're just going to wither up on you.
Crack bat roller to second. Miles on to first.
He was hesitant on that.
Yes, he was.
All right, let's go ahead and win this thing, Lance.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe this is just the developing scenario all day long to get to Berkman. Game-winning homer, number 300 of his career.
Yeah, well, you know, it seems like the great players have the ability to rise to the occasion.
2 for 5 with a homer off Gregg.
Carpe diem, all that good stuff.
Yeah, well, you would know about that from Rice. In tight for ball 1.
Yeah, it's been a common theme in this series. Cub pitchers pounding Lance up and in with the fastball.
Fouls it back, and it's a 1-1 count.
This is Wrigley Field. And the same deal there, too. They were working him hard in. He said, I knew sooner or later one of those was going to drift back over the middle. And that one did, and he crunched it.
May 16th off Kevin Gregg. And a long way to right center field. Line drive hit to right. 1-out single for Berkman. He takes a big turn. Power gets it in.
All right, I suggest that Lance hit number 300 on the road trip now.
Okay, how about Arizona?
We're going to have to play a couple innings for him to come up to hit again. Let's go ahead and win it. Well, last 4 times actually. Hit the ball right on the screws back in the 4th, lined out, but then a double walk single. He came into this game hitting 340 something for the homestand.
Jeff Blum's 1 for 4. Strike 1. Now he has a chance to do something rarely seen in the majors. Have back-to-back walk-off hits in consecutive games.
Yeah, go ahead and hit him in the seats and then just start pulling the chain like Kirk Gibson. And Brownie will say, I can't believe what I just saw.
Because we just saw it last night. 1 ball and 1 strike. Buzz Rodriguez on deck. Brewers are batting in the bottom of the 9th, trailing Colorado 5-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Cubs wrapping up a lengthy road trip. It could be 5-3 or 4-4 for Lou Pinella's team. Fouled away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brandon Backey is warming up for the Astros. Cubs have Bobby Scales left on their bench, a switch hitting infielder. Astros have Edwin Masonette, Humberto Quintero. Liner into right field. Berkman had to wait until it got over Miles. Blum comes through with his second hit of the day. Now Rodriguez.
The Jet 2 having a real nice homestand, been swinging it well, and now an opportunity with a single, perhaps to win this ball game. And down, he got a pretty good looking pitch moving down and away from him, but he got the head out in front of it. Yanked it into right. And have to wait to make sure that ball gets through.
Two on, one out. Rodriguez is hitless today, 0 for 4. Keppinger on deck. Strike one to Pudge. 1 for 7. That one hit a home run off Kevin Gregg.
Dave Clark, the third base coach, shouting instructions out to Lance Berkman. You want to be aggressive here, but with just one out, you don't have to get crazy, run into an out. I mean, very aggressive with 2 out.
Soto with a good stop. It's 1-1.
I think if you threw up a stop sign, you'd feel pretty good about your chances with Keppinger up there with the bases loaded and 1 out. One in the 11th. 1-1 count, 1 out. Something good's got to happen.
Roller, 1 out. Blanco tossing. Miles relaying. 6-4-3 double play. No runs, 2 hits, and a man left after 11. It's tied 1-1. The hits 10-6 in favor of the Astros. The Astros have 8 singles and a couple of doubles. Cubs have a big home run in the 9th inning with 1 out from Derek Lee to tie it 1-1. The Astros got their run from Carlos Lee's sac fly in the 1st. And Jeff Fulchino is warming up for his 2nd inning. Brandon Backey was tuning up in the bullpen a few moments ago, but that's not happening anymore. Fulchino to be working to Soto, Blanco, and Miles here in the Cubs' 12th. Giovanni Soto has come off the bench after Coy Hill started the game. And Soto at 221 has 3 homers, 15 runs batted in for 145 at bats this season. Soto homered last night. There is ball 1 to him.
Jeff Fulchino due up 2nd in the bottom half of the 12th for the Astros. So we'd have to assume it's his last inning of work if he can make it through the 12th.
Popped up by Soto. Lance Berkman comes in for it. 1 out for Fulchino. Andres Blanco moves into the batter's box. 0 for 3 with a sac bunt.
And the other night, Brandon Backey came out of the Astros bullpen to relieve Brian Moeller, and he came in to pinch hit first. Got hot down in the pen, then came in and took an at-bat before entering the game. Wouldn't be surprised to see the same thing happen here.
That's probably why we're not seeing him in the bullpen right now. He's getting ready to hit, yeah. Blanco waiting. Blanco looks at ball one.
At least have the option of using him. They've got Quintero and Masonette still available.
Brooks Kieschnick used to do that.
Imagine Hampy's got his spikes on too, ready for a pinch hit at bat if need be.
Kieschnick, when he was with Milwaukee, used to go out and warm up and then come in and pinch hit and stay in to pitch.
Yeah, one of those rare guys when the manager says get loose, he has to respond by saying, what for? Which job do you want me to do?
2-1 to Blanco. Brewers are still batting in the bottom of the ninth against the Rockies, stirring up trouble with 2 men on. 1 out and Mike Rivera at the plate. Two balls, 2 strikes for Chino at 95 upstairs.
The big Husky from the University of Connecticut delivering the mail. No food up there for Mr. Blanco.
No. Crowd was spirited a while back when the Astros were leading 1-0. Derek Lee's home run in the 9th inning quieted things considerably. But then the Astros had that opportunity in the 10th with a hit and an error. And then back-to-back hits in the 11th as well. The Astros about hit the Cubs 10-6.
Oh, you had your chance. Here's to you, Mr. Leaning over the railing, had a chance to be a hero guy.
Cubs have stranded 8. The Astros have left 9 on base. It's 3-2 now for Fulchino.
All right, this good low outer third fastball. Don't overthrow it. I'm going to walk this guy.
Jason Michaels back in left center. There we go. 2 out.
Throw it in there, let him take a whack at it. Derek Lee.
Aaron Miles is over 2 ground outs for Miles. Soriano on deck.
And we were talking earlier about the possibility of the Astros calling Jose Valverde early to Arizona. I guess that would mean calling him now and say don't pitch tonight, because he was scheduled to pitch last night and then again tonight. I believe is the case.
Yes. Tejada gets Miles. 2 scoreless for Fulchino. It's a 1-1 game in the 12th. bench, Bobby Scales. Scales goes into play second base and batting in the number 2 spot. Meanwhile, the pitcher is Jose Ascanio. He comes into the 9th spot in the order with no wins or losses and an ERA of 2.53.
Called up during the second week of May. He had glittering numbers with their AAA affiliate down in Iowa. An ERA just a little over 1 down there. Has pitched well since joining the Cubs as well, as those numbers indicate. 3 scoreless in his last outing Sunday against Cincinnati in that 14-inning affair they played. Fastball, curveball, slider, and a changeup. Really mixes things up.
Jeff Keppinger's the leadoff man. Fulcino is on deck. And then Bourne due up third. Keppinger had a 7th inning single. He's 1 for 4. Center fielder back for Fukudome. Turning and on the run. Tracks it down the warning track.
Saw Michael Bourne make a highlight reel play out there earlier. Now Fukudome makes a heck of a catch. This ball hit was a little more authority, not quite as high as the one Michael tracked down, but not as far either. Fukudome able to stay on level ground as he pursued that one, just a step or 2 before the berm.
Now Fulcino's going to bat with Michael Bourne on deck. Fulcino up for the first time this season.
This is just a trust factor right now. Cecil Cooper really likes what he's getting from Jeff Fulcino, so he'll take his chances with Fulcino staying in there. Obviously, the likelihood that you score goes down significantly in this inning with Fulcino hitting here as opposed to a pinch hitter. But you know, most pinch hitters, we talked about that a lot over the years. Pinch hitters, on average, hit in the low 200s. Whatever you do, big fella, when you decide to swing, swing hard.
He punches one to Derek Lee, who comes up with a short hop play. Olay for out number 2. Fulcino's first major league at bat. Now Michael Bourne, with a double in the first inning, is 1 for 5. Ryan Braun just cracked a 3-run homer at the bottom of the 9th for the Brewers. It's now Rockies 5, Brewers 4. 2 outs. Prince Fielder batting against Houston Street, who just surrendered the home run. Fielder walked, and now Matt Gamble is batting. Bourne will strike 1 on him. Trying to drop 1 down. Kevin Gregg in 2 innings allowed 3 hits, no runs. He had no walks and 1 strikeout. Come on. Rolled foul, and it's 0-2.
National League pinch hitters this year are hitting 217. American League pinch hitters 159.
159, huh?
It's in the AL on base percentage for the National League pinch hitter 308. So, you know, as a strict percentage play, you got a better chance bringing Mason Ed or somebody like that up there other than Fulcino. But there's already 1 out in the inning. If you don't get anything, now you've got to go to the pen again. And obviously, Coop just feels a lot better with Fulcino out there than the other options available.
Bourne strikes out to win the 12th inning with the score. Cubs 1, Astros 1. for the year, but the Carlos Lee sacrifice fly in the first did not hold up. Derek Lee hit a solo homer in the 9th inning. Cubs have used all their position players. The Astros have Masonette and Quintero still available on the bench. And for Jeff Fulchino, inning number 3 is beginning with Alfonso Soriano batting. Soriano has a single and a walk. He is 1 for 4. 24 pitches for Fulchino. This is the Astros' longest game of the year by innings, and their longest since July 6th of last year in Atlanta when they lost in 17, 7-6. Cubs just played their longest, as JD mentioned, 14 innings on Sunday in Cincinnati. And it's 1-1 to Soriano. Scales is on deck. Fukudome due up third. Fulchino now has 11 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings. Fly ball. Hunter Pence moving in right. Now number 1.
Ran out of real estate on the score sheet.
Yeah.
Let me go to plan B here.
That's when we usually go to the printed score sheets that we get up here in the press box. Bobby Scales, after 10 minor league seasons, finally is getting some big league time. 232, 3 homers, 7 runs batted in for Scales. It's been quite a story in Cubs land as he's come to the big leagues and had some really fine games upon arriving in their uniform. He looks at ball 1. Scales, a switch hitting middle infielder, able to play third base and second. Those guys who really captivates the interest of the fans. After a long wait and all the dues he's paid, he's getting a chance. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Jeff, nice easy delivery, and that ball just jumps out of his hand. Mid-90s heater flies right by Bobby Scales.
He looks at that one and it's 1-2. Scales hit his 3rd homer of the season Saturday in Cincinnati. Recalled prior to the game May 28th and came up with a pinch home run. Had been optioned the previous day, but Ryan Friel went on the DL, so he came right back.
I imagine some history with Fulchino and Scales from their minor league days. Yeah. A pretty good idea on what the other guy brings to the table. Scales got a little power. He hit 15 home runs at AAA Iowa last year.
He became the 3rd Cub to hit pinch homers for his first 2 major league homers. And a foul tip strikeout takes care of out number 2 for Fulchino.
Scales just overmatched by the fastball in that at bat. Took 1, swung late on 2.
Fulchino went 3 innings here against Milwaukee April 24th, giving up 1 run. 3 hitless innings here against Milwaukee May 19th, trying to make this the 3rd 3-inning relief stint of the season. And it's Fukudome with strike 1. He's still got plenty left on the fastball here in inning number 3. The Rockies defeated the Brewers 5-4 in Milwaukee. That's 8 straight wins for Colorado. Fukudome takes a look at it, and it's a 1 ball, 1 strike count with Derek Lee on deck.
Now we don't want to see Derek Lee. Pop this guy up.
It's 1-2. Fulchino has 2 strikeouts since entering the game in the 11th.
Well, and probably either go back upstairs with that high fastball or maybe try to finish him with a splitter out of the zone down.
Tejada, Pence, and Michaels are due up in the Astros 13th. Slapped on the ground, Tejada to his left. And the Cubs go down 1-2-3 in the 13th inning with the score remaining 1-1. something since the first. Runs at a premium. Jose Escaño is pitcher number 4 for the Cubs. The Astros have used 6 hurlers. The Astros have Miguel Tejada leading off the home 13th. And it's ball 1 to him. Tejada singled in the first inning. He's 1 for 5. He reached on an error in the 10th. Escaño gave up 2 runs in 2 innings in Chicago to the Astros May 17th. Up the middle, and here's Bobby Scales with a jump throw, and he gets him. Tejada again close to hit number 2,000, but it does not happen. Scales with a good play up the middle.
Yeah, another bid right up the middle, but Scales shading that way, got to him in a hurry, and then the jump throw to get to Tejada. Again, Miggy sliding into first base. And all the evidence suggests that you get there quicker if you just run through the bag. Maybe he's anticipating an errant throw and wants to be able to avoid a tag.
Could be. Hunter Pence, the batter. There's ball 1 to Hunter. 0 for 5 in this game. Jason Michaels is on deck. It's 2-0. In that Rockies game, Aaron Cook won for Colorado to go to 5-3. Giovanni Gallardo, the loser, is 6-3. Houston Street got saved number 12. Rockies 5, Brewers 4 rather. The Brewers are now 33-27. They've lost 4 in a row. It's 3-0 to Hunter Pence. Cubs bullpen with a 4.41 ERA has had some holes in it this year.
Don't get cheated.
It's 3-1. The Astros have won series from the Dodgers and Cincinnati. If they could stick another victory over an above 500 club, the Cubs, into that game plan, they'd move on to Arizona with 9 wins in their last 13 games. Outfield is extremely deep for Hunter Pence.
Good idea. Good walk. Good AB. Astros came home from the road trip 9 games out of first place. They win this ball game, they'll leave town just 5 games down. Hunter Pence walking for the 32nd time this year, just 40 all of last season. A big difference in his game.
Last night he walked in the 7th and scored. He walked in the 9th, and the guy who was on in front of him, Tejada, wound up scoring the winning run. Now it's Jason Michaels. Lance Berkman on deck. Hunter draws the throw. The Astros have 2 steals in 5 attempts against the Cubs this year.
And Hunter with 6 steals this year, but he's been caught 4 times. They're not a really efficient base stealing team.
Ball 1. Giovanni Soto is thrown at 8 of 34. 24%. One-0 count here. Michaels takes a strike. 1-1 with Berkman on deck. Arizona 2, San Francisco nothing in the 8th.
He had that shot of Lou an inning or so ago, complaining that the pitch was low. That was called a strike. Probably not grousing about that one.
No, he's pretty quiet right now. Hunter tracks another throw.
Hope the umpires didn't have early flights booked.
Yeah, they sometimes have to react pretty quickly to games like this. Change on the fly. Is the youngest guy on the crew still kind of the traveling secretary of the bunch, you think?
I don't know.
Swing and a miss by Michaels. 1-2.
Good changeup.
Max Scherzer worked 7 2/3 innings against the Giants for the D-backs. Gave up 3 hits and no runs. Leaves with a 2-0 lead. Tony Pena in the game now. Hunter knows he's being watched. Cincinnati 2, Washington nothing. They're in the bottom of the 5th at Washington. They had a long rain delay in the bottom of the 9th last night. Micah Owings pitching the shutout for the Reds so far.
This ball game now a little over 4 hours old.
It's rush hour now.
Yeah.
Might as well stick around for a while. Hunter's going. Swing and a miss. Soto's throw offline, and he steals it. Michael struck out for out number 2 as Pence stole the base. That's his 7th steal.
Well, got the out at home plate, but the Astros pick up an important 90 feet as Hunter Pence, after all that hard work by Ascanio to hold him close, ultimately wins that battle. Soto may be altering his arm angle a little bit to avoid contact with Jason Michaels. And take the bat out of the hands of Lance Berkman.
And it'll be Jeff Blum with a chance to win this game in the 13th. Berkman had an RBI single off Ascanio in Chicago May 17th. And it's getting the intentional walk here. Runners will be at first and second with 2 outs. And it'll be Jeff Blum. He singled in the 11th inning, and things looked pretty rosy for the Astros, but then Pudge Rodriguez bounced into a double play to end it. This is the 4th straight time Berkman's been on base in this game.
Looking for a little karma. Here's how the ball game ended last night. See if it can be deja vu all over again, Yogi.
Larry Rothschild comes out. Jeff Blum fans hoping it can be exactly what he did last night. And with Hunter Pence running at second, that gives the Astros the advantage of a speedy base runner. Last night, Miguel Tejada was on third. He came home on the Blum game-winning single to center field. Kevin Eschenfelder is getting ready for Astros Live. It's coming up after today's game, presented by Andy Anderson. Kevin always with a smile on his face, despite that tornado that hit his house last night in Dallas.
A lot of damage done?
We don't know yet, because Jeannie was on her way here.
That's good that nobody was home.
Yeah. Now Jeff Blum versus Jose Ascanio. Pair of singles in the game for Blummer. And the appeal goes to third. He checked his swing. It's ball 1. Astros had 2 men on in the 10th inning. 2 men on in the 11th. And now 2 on in the 13th.
A lucky 13.
That's rolled foul. It's 1-1. Pudge Rodriguez will be next if the game continues.
And maybe Larry Rothschild said, hey, Blum's a pretty good fastball hitter. And a couple pretty good changeups to get started here.
the second straight game, Jeff Blum has a game-winning hit. And the Astros win it in the 13th, 2-1.
The rally hops coming through.
What are the odds of that? Twice within a period of less than 24 hours, Jeff Blum wins it in the Astros' final at bat.
You can't fault the Cubs for walking Berkman there and leaving it up to Jeff Blum, but for 2 nights in a row, he delivers in the clutch. We talked about it last night. He's the kind of guy who's not going to let the moment get the better of him. Very cool, very